Morning all, it's 10 o'clock but we can't start because we're just one short of a quorum. Happy days. Okay, welcome everybody. We have a quorum. We must have 11 in the room before we can kick off. So we do have that. So we will be starting. So apologies for those who have had to wait, but we're into it. So first up, we have apologies. So we have an apology from Greg Sayers for absence. We have apologies for lateness for Billy Brown, Al Filipina, Chris Fletcher, Mike Lee, Joe Bartley, Wayne Walker. We have apologies for early departure, depending on what time we finish, for Lotu, Honey and Chris Darby. And Morris and Sharon. PM. We'll be done by then. So that's all good. No other apologies. Someone like to move? Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Morris. Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Online attendance, we have requests from Billy Brown, Julie Ferry, Al Filipina, Lotu for when she leaves and rejoins, Karen Leone, Daniel Newman, Angela Dalton, Joe Bartley, Wayne Walker and Chris Fletcher. So someone like to move that we approve those. Thanks, Desley. Second. I'll do that then. All those in favour say aye. And against, carried. And we will just bring them all on. While we do that, just a reminder in regards to declarations of interest. You don't have to declare that. It's obvious. No. Okay, so we'll move on. We've got enough in the room, and while they come on. So confirmation of the minutes. Minutes of the meeting of the 5th of June. Someone like to move? Thanks, Richard. Seconded, Chris Darby. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Just to obviously allow everyone to know that we've got electronic meeting attendance protocols in place and you observe them. So for those online, as you come on, just make sure that you are in a secure place. Not driving, and turn your camera on when you are speaking. We've had no petitions. We've had 3 requests for public input. We declined a request from Equal Justice Project, Faculty of Law, University of Auckland, and it was declined understanding Order 7.7.3. They've already presented on the matter. It was in regards to fossil fuel, advertising of fossil fuels. And however, we have approved 2, and the first up is Garth and Ross McLeod for on easily improving Auckland's busways. So Garth or Ross, if you were here, come on up, grab a pew, and you've got to use those microphones. So it's the right-hand button. So all yours.
Okay, thank you for letting me talk today. So easily improving Auckland's busways. Auckland could double its busway capacity and make the system easier to use by introducing a proven method widely used overseas. The council can lead this change, moving away from a system that only works well at lower volumes. There are 2 main ways to operate a busway system. In the trunk and feeder model, buses from suburbs terminate at busway stations. Passengers must transfer to dedicated busway services, usually heading to the CBD. Is this the pointer? Oh, I can't put it in the slide.
You want to get a little point there?
Yeah.
There you go. It's just the left and right. Oh, pointer. So,
Oh, yeah. So these people here, as you say, they've come in on their trunk and their feeder, and to move on the busway, they have to change, they must transfer buses.
it'll stay on until you
Oh, okay. Thank you. In the direct service model, buses from suburbs travel through busway stations like normal busway stops. So here we have people coming from their suburb and then directly travelling onto the busway and there. So you get a one-seat ride from one end to the other. Direct service is more convenient. We've had rides like this before. I knew a nurse in 2011 who used to get a direct service bus with her 3-year-old from Otahe Valley shops directly via the busway to Auckland City Hospital. It was a faster and easier trip because it avoided 2 transfers for them. The trunk and feeder works well at low volumes, but not high volumes. Multiple buses at one station means it takes minutes for passengers to disembark and board other buses, making it impossible for other buses to use the station. Over 5,000 people per hour, this becomes a problem, with direct services can transport over 15,000 per hour. Globally, direct services are the preferred model. The United Nations commended Gazong, China for achieving 26,900 passengers per hour per direction using direct services. This is well over double the capacity of Auckland's Harbour Bridge for cars. In Brisbane, nearly half of the busway users do not board on a busway trunk. This halves the delays due to boarding on the trips. Unfortunately, Auckland Transport has historically underestimated busway potential. In this 2015 report to the Auckland Council, AT claimed a busway could only achieve 6,000 people per hour in the middle column there. This is compared with internationally 26,900 being the numbers. World-renowned busway expert Walter Hook has reviewed the Northern Busway and recommended the direct service as the best approach. He estimated that 15,000 passengers per hour could be achieved. That level of performance could eliminate the need for a second harbour crossing, potentially saving New Zealand billions. How can you as council make sure the multi-billion decisions on this are correct? You can ensure that world expert views are scientifically considered and incorporated so the Auckland public benefit from them. If the current 8 Auckland Transport views are different, you can ensure Auckland Transport views are stringently analysed for the best outcomes as of now, regardless of past decisions. AT referred me to a report showing a busway in Colombia which achieved 45,000 passengers per hour. But this 2025 in March report from Auckland Transport shows a high-capacity busway of having less than 10,000. So they're under-reporting by over 25% of what a busway capacity can do. Why is this happening? Because they're sticking to an outdated system we have rather than an international standard we could have. So if you ask AT, they're probably going to tell you that trunk and feeder is better. But do they have the experts and data to back this up? A practical step next step would be for the council to host a workshop to explore the benefits of direct services on Auckland busways. This could be the turning point towards a more efficient and user-efficient public transport network. Waiting longer could have a financial impact on all New Zealanders. Finished, sorry.
Oh, no, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
I thought you were confused about the bell.
yeah.
No, good timing. Okay, thank you very much. Questions? John, then Chris.
Yes, you mean?
John,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Thanks very much. That was really interesting. And I just missed the start of it. In terms of the difference between direct service and, the trunk and feeder, there's no. We're still dealing with the same number of units of actual buses, so that there's no greater requirement for more buses with a direct service.
I mean, essentially, yes. It will partly depend on how the network is organised and arranged. But one actual analysis by Walter Hook actually showed that 13% less buses were needed because you're not having the buses stop at having to pull into stations which are busy.
Okay, yeah. All right, so thanks, Mr. Chair, and I'd just like to sort of commend that notion of a workshop on this too, if that's the will of the chair in the meeting.
Okay, yep, we can look at that. Chris Darby.
Thanks for this information. Have you looked at the information that Auckland Transport and the analysis undertook, the options analysis of this? It was some years ago when we landed on the current system. Have you looked at that, or have you written to Auckland Transport and asked for that work at all?
I have asked them for a number of questions, and all the work I've received, is of poor standard. I could say that it is very poor standard, number of standards.
So you have received the work then?
I haven't actually chased any work which isn't available, but I have looked at all the reports. Like one of the report was 128 pages, but it only says that a busway can do 140 buses per hour, whereas Gazong does 350. So the busway is physically capable of doing, the busway itself is physically capable of doing 350 buses an hour. So to report 140 is an extremely erroneous number.
Okay. All I'm stressing is that Auckland Transport would be really happy to reply to you if you ask those questions.
They have refused to answer my questions. They have refused to meet.
Well, okay. I'll make sure that there will be a reply, and if you can come through the chair and pose the question that you posed to Auckland Transport, and we'll follow it up. I'm sure there's just some kind of miscommunication.
Okay.
I have spoken to the two board members. One of the board members was the consultation to Walter Hook. He went and spoke to someone else who said Walter Hook's figures were wrong. And they were not a bus rapid transit expert in any way. And Walter Hook has worked in the area for 30 years.
Okay, Richard.
Kia ora. Thanks for the presentation, and I catch the bus most days from the shore. I guess, have you looked at the before and afters of the new network? Because actually changing from what we used to do was a bunch of buses snaking their way all through communities and then down through the busway to the city, meant a lot more empty buses. It also meant not a lot of room in the city centre streets. We've got real issues with the amount of buses we can actually fit on the streets for getting off and on, but also I think it was increased bus capacity by about 40% because you're coming from smaller. It's not like Guangzhou. You're coming from quite small suburbs with lack of density into the busway and back. So like half-empty bus filling up those buses and moving. Like, do you catch the bus on the shore every day?
I used to, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But have you looked at those before and afters? Because it was quite a massive step change when we changed to the current system of bringing those feeders in, dropping in, moving.
One thing you've raised there is the whole thing of definition, which is actually very poorly done, almost internationally. The busway has no definition. A direct service has actually no definition. So someone else could go and get a different definition. So, because one of the things that was discussed with direct services, as was presented in 2012, was that a direct service, say, from Torbay, which went through down to Takapuna and then went on to the motorway, was a direct service. But I'm referring to a direct service busway. If it doesn't go on the busway, I'm not referring to that. So there were some very inefficient services there which almost went crisscrossing. So that resource, I'm not counting that as part of the busway resource. I mean, the busway one which I caught, the 881, it had strong resistance to increasing numbers, but it was promoted and increased. But it went to 78 per day. On the new network, it went to 254 per day, and its use went up. But why wasn't it not 254 per day in the earlier model? I mean, it's where that resource, it is that whole thing of where the resource went, of what was your total time.
Okay, and just the last question, I understand if no one's stopping at this, they're express once they get on, they can't stop at those stops, but do you maybe understand the other issues with the city centre spaces, and also the fact using a smaller bus going back and forward very quickly increases that frequency instead of having lots of buses coming down through? Because you'd have to provide way more buses to constantly be doing the route instead of do you understand the other issues that are not just about the busway?
Well, the bus that I was talking about carried 115 buses, so it carried more people than what you are referring to now.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about that, and one of the very natures of having, you want to run your city centre also as direct service. The 881 bus used to carry 115 people past Britomart. Some people would say, it'd be good to stop at Britomart. That would have required bus space in town. Instead, they all went to university and the hospital. So you're actually applying that concept, although it's not so blatantly obvious, because that's what the network wouldn't work if it didn't have Auckland University and Britomart at the current stage. But that as far as I'm concerned, I pushed for that. There was a promotion. There was strong resistance towards that from government.
Okay.
Just to, if I may, to clarify on responding to that question, this is Ross speaking. Can you?
Oh yeah.
Is my voice coming through?
Yep, you can hear you.
Yes. Just to help us clarify on that question, yes, these are issues that have been considered. Not everything has been considered, like the stops in the city is definitely an issue that needs to be addressed. But if you're developing that system, and if Auckland Transport is properly addressing the system with the correct figures, then that would be something that would be factored in. And as Garth has discovered previously, those things haven't been considered with all the current up-to-date models and figures attached. So if that does become a barrier, then it needs to be addressed as a barrier within the new standards and models that we're discussing. Does that help clarify that?
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Brown.
Interesting presentation, thank you, Garth and Ross. I just, find it hard to disagree with some of that up on the screen there, but what is your background? You're just a member of the public as far as...
Yeah, I'm here as a member of the public. My background is as a medical doctor, trained in public health but didn't complete the health, and about 20 years as an analyst in the hospitals. So I'm quite familiar with using data.
So you and your brother are sort of interested citizens, is that what I...
Yeah, well, what it was is when I caught the 881 bus, I promoted for more of them, and that was, okay, done that. But what it was is I could see at Constellation that the limiting step for the busway would be that there were too many people getting on there. So why not build them in Browns Bay so they can come through and the bus can travel straight through? I mean, ultimately at this stage, my idea was the Northern Busway should stop a second harbour crossing of any sort. That solves billions and it's worthwhile doing. So how are you going to do it? And one of the things is that a high functioning busway is limited at those busway stations. It's a numerical, you can't physically get enough people on the bus fast enough. So you want them to get on before they arrive. So the ultimate model where the bus would come from Browns Bay and be fully full when it hit Constellation and never be involved in the system at all and travel to University or Britomart.
I get what you're trying to do. Thank you for bothering. I'm just trying to get a background of what's driven this public interest of yours, but good on you for that, and thank you for your response.
Thank you. And look, we're a bit over time. So, the Auckland Transport hierarchy are here. They have heard your presentation. They've heard the comments from one of their board members, and so that'll be noted. So we will move on. Does someone like to move to thank? Thank you, Chris. Seconded by Richard. All those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Thank you, Garth. Thank you, Ross, for beaming in online.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have the Extinction Rebellion Tamaki Makaurau. So, ladies, welcome. You know how it operates. You've been here before, so should be all.
And I think it's still on. Yes, that's working. Yeah. And for the Mayor's interest, we are ordinary citizens. There are a lot of us. We're just a small representation of our group. But we have deep concern about what's happening with the climate, which is why we come here over and over, because you are in a privileged position to be able to make good decisions. And I must admit, with the previous presentation, I have some concern. Some years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, we presented to AT and we presented here about the concern with AT having in their senior management people who had made their careers on town planning for the private motor car. And anecdotally, we had evidence of new town planners coming through and not staying because they were blocked by the old school. And they were coming through with, town planning that would allow for people and climate and good for the planet. So it's concerning that it seems like that is still continuing. So our purpose is really, and hang on, which one do I press? Press that, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So what we're concerned about is absolutely intriguing when we go into some of the council documents. You've created an absolutely marvellous goal of halving emissions, the 2016 emissions. We could argue that that's a pretty low standard, but we've got this, halving it by 2030, zero by 2040. Yay! But who knows this? We as climate activists had to go hunting. We don't go, wow, yes, the council is on board with this. So we're urging that you need to do something a little bit more. And we're urging a public campaign. And we have, is that one? Yes, we actually have an excellent example from Watercare, having done such a thing over summer to get the whole city going, whoa, I better go a bit careful on our water, and we did it. It was a mix of weather. We would just get enough, a little bit of rain just in time. When we were going through yet another very dry summer, why are we going through a very dry summer and then very wet winter? We are not really getting the information as to how it links to climate change, even though that information is out there. So what we know is that this is really necessary. We know if you say, oh, wow, it's costly. Sorry, it's too costly not to do something. You know the cost of the anniversary floods and the cost of Gabriel. You know that the insurance business, the insurance sector is going, hey, there's buildings, houses, land that is going to be uninsurable soon. So you know that the cost is not the issue. You also know, because we've brought this to you before on more than one occasion, that the public is on board with this. We have 80% from now 3 big surveys, bits of research to say 80% of the people are deeply concerned over the climate crisis. 3.5% only are the climate deniers. That's an Auckland University bit of research. So your voting base is concerned about the climate. So we think you could be a bit bolder. Yeah? We think you could say, actually, okay, let's go for the easy one, which is transport. Well, we've just had a wonderful presentation about getting more people onto public transport, which we hadn't thought about that. But never did I hear the word, this is necessary to get the emissions down. Are we doing it only for congestion? We need to be saying, people, think about your private transport, because otherwise, things are not going to be good. We've got a lot of council stuff that is encouraging lifestyle with Take the Jump. That's not 5 minutes already. Oh, okay. Oh, can I hurry up for 2 minutes? Thank you. So, so we're getting lots of people buying in. We do well in some places, you know this, I don't need to go over it. But I'm concerned about the Ports of Auckland. I've just heard recently that they are going away from their EV stuff. Thank you. So what we're asking is a public campaign. Tell the public loud and clear, we've got to get the emissions down, we've got a target. Can we all get on board with happening? Can we get repeatedly out there to say, this is where we're going, this is what we're doing, we're not doing quite good enough, what can you do a bit more? So I'm going to jump. Tracking progress is important. We've got old information. Thank goodness for some good people in the media. Simon, thank you. 2020, you may remember it. So we get good information, but council also needs to be doing it. So just a reminder, because I'm running out of time, we need a public campaign. We're urging for a public campaign to get Aucklanders excited. A couple of other things there that you can look at. Congestion charges, free public transport, citywide bus lanes, look at the direct stuff, citywide cycle network. Just for starters, because transport is the big one at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. So questions, Desley?
Thank you very much, and thanks for calling out Watercare on their, I think it was called Easy Does It or Save Water or something over the summer. They, as a result of that, Aucklanders saved in excess of 900 million litres, more than they did the summer before. Yeah. But one of the reasons Aucklanders are very good at saving water is because they're charged for it, all right? Out of free public transport would be great for the user, but it would be a charge for council. I'm just interested in the priorities for you in the transport space out of those options up there. My question initially before you got to that last slide was, do you support a congestion charging system or a road user charges system for all road users? What is your number one priority? If we had one takeout of what you'd want us to do in the transport space, what would it be?
So what we have to do, first of all, is make sure that the emissions are right up there. So one of the things that would do if we had that public campaign going is that SUVs would become popularly unpopular. It would be, going to your neighbour, going to your friend. You're really getting an SUV. Do you realise what that's doing? So there's if we have the emissions right there, and then people going, I'm going to get public transport because it's keeping the emissions down. And we've got the slowly transitioning public transport to EV, which is great. Another person will be saying, I'm going to get an EV because I need to, because I'm doing my bit to get the emissions down. I think congestion charges is part of it. The road user charges on the motorways that we've talked about is part of it. Town planning is part of it. I love the fact that the mayor found that Mount Eden train station had inadequate parking. And so, you know, all of this is part of it. I don't think we can look at one only.
Thank you. John?
Hi, so thanks for your presentation. And just picking up again on the free public transport and during peak hours, some other countries like Vienna have not exactly free, but they have a very cheap yearly pass, like €365 pass, which does all forms of public transport, and they've got multiple. Do you have any views on that, or have you done any research into, because obviously in those instances they're mob, so what you might lose, you make up in patronage because everything's so busy. Yeah. Have you any thoughts on some of those really successful countries overseas that have markedly cheaper prices but have way higher patronage, which balances things out?
We don't go into depth in everything because we have a very broad approach, yeah, and so we can't go into that sort of depth. I'm intrigued. Absolutely fantastic. I've been looking at what's happened, for example, in Copenhagen, which has got rid of cars completely in the city centre, and made it really people friendly. And a comment is good for business because it's people walking that go into shops when they get upset about can't park outside. Yeah. Absolutely. I think that would be great. Yeah, I look at $50 a week, and I think, whoa, that's really expensive. But there could be other people who find it really, really good. Yeah, all these things are worth exploring.
Thank you. Shane?
Thank you. Just on the public transport costs, just signalling I'd like to have a bit of a chat offline about it because I've done some research into this and yeah, found some really good findings. So I'd like to have a yarn. Maybe if you could get in touch with me, we'll sort of arrange a chat. I did have a question about something else, which was town planning. So would you advocate for more homes to be allowed closer to jobs, public transport routes, and to study opportunities?
Absolutely. In the long-term plan some years ago, and I haven't kept up with it, I'm sorry, but we had like transport hubs with medium-rise, high-rise. I live on Sandringham Road, and it was going to be, I think, 4 stories, 6 stories, all the way down. And we think, when you look at the people living on the street, we've bloody well got to do something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's it. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Richard?
Good, Chair, just since you asked. Thanks again for the advocacy. And look, there's many of us around the table who care and understand about the emissions. Do you think there's a bit of a secret, though, to potentially for others, those that, because I think those who really understand and care about emissions are probably doing as much as they can. Do you think there's a bit of more of a secret for us to make public transport, walking and cycling better anyway for a bunch of other reasons? So speed, affordability, air quality, safety, and then is it about us kind of hiding the emissions as the most important thing, even though it may be to you? So is it trying to tell the full story of the co-benefits to the people who want those other things?
Yeah, and start putting, like when I talk to Bike Auckland, they go, oh yeah, we know about the emissions, and that's really good. Yeah, let's get the emissions up there. I think if they felt like council was behind it about the emissions, they might be louder about the emissions. Yeah, that's just one example, yeah. And the free public transport, they're doing it for cost of living. But that's 350. 350 are really strong about emissions, yeah. We're actually working with them with protesting about coal mining at the moment. And, you know, so if you were stronger about emissions, they'll come on board very quickly. Yeah.
It's about starting a trend. So if you help starting the trend and say, yes, we have to get rid of the emissions, it's becoming like a wave. And people say, oh, a lot of people are following the trend, then it's best we do that too.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. So someone like to move a vote of thanks? Thank you, Shane. Seconded, Richard. Those in favour say aye. And against? Thank you, ladies, and your supporters. Lovely to have you back.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you a quick question about your rulings? You said to us that 3 people had applied, and you declined one because they were already presented before. Yet Extinction Rebellion have presented here on a regular case. This is, as by their own admission, multiple occasions. Why is it one got excluded because they presented before, but this one that keeps coming is allowed to keep coming?
I can answer because it's a question to me. So the topic on which they presented today is not what they have presented on previously, and I know the staff have looked at that, and it goes through a filter, and you know that I am reasonably tight on this. The standing orders, it's not about the group or the people, it's about the subject upon which they wish to speak.
They presented on the very same stuff last time.
Yeah, so similar but not the same. And
you change the word and you'll be okay.
Yeah, my decision, and so this time they were allowed through. I do run a reasonably tight filter, Morris. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is local board input. We have none. We have no extraordinary business, and so first up on the agenda proper is the Midtown program update. So I think we've got a Jenny and David, sorry, and Murray. Here he comes. So welcome. You've all seen the report, so I will hand it over.
Kia ora koutou, thank you, Chair. So the council group has been working together to deliver the Midtown program for a number of years, and collectively the projects that we're delivering will deliver capacity for future growth, improve accessibility, as well as delivering a welcoming and attractive street environment around the new City Rail Link station. So the project that we have underway are the Wellesley Street Bus Improvement Project, the Midtown Wastewater Upgrade, and the Te Hanoa Victoria Street project. Yeah, over the last few years, we've worked together to sequence the projects to minimise disruption and rework, and also to ensure that the area is free from significant construction once the City Rail Link opens. So this slide is showing construction progress over the next 2 years or so. Most of the construction that you currently see on Albert Street, Wellesley Street and Queen Street will wind up by early next year. And from 2026 onwards, the last section of Victoria Street between Queen Street and High Street will get completed, and the further wastewater upgrade will take place along Muriel Drive. Pass over to David now to talk a little bit more about that.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Chair. My name's David White. I'm the Acting Chief Programme Delivery Officer for Watercare. Came into the role a month ago, but I've been with Watercare for 6 years working on the Central Interceptor programme. So the Queen Street project is a challenging piece of work. The meeting today is quite timely. We're actually launching the TBM from the shaft up at Mayoral Drive, and it's primarily to create additional capacity in the network to promote future development within the catchments. Which one? Oopsie. So the work is split into 3 phases. There's the main work going down Queen Street, and that's the 3 shafts which we're currently on site. There's an additional leg along Mayoral Drive, which picks up some engineered overflow points at Vincent Street, and then there's the additional work at Package C. In coordination with Jenny and Auckland Transport, the work around Package B will take place later because we need to provide clear access for the new busway along Vincent Street. So while we reprioritise that work, we'll then move over to Package C, so we can provide additional capacity in the package C catchment while we come back in 18 months or 2 years' time to finish the work in the Vincent Street area. Now we'll see if technology works. Do I press play or does someone else press play?
Usually takes a couple of seconds. It's not yet.
We're trying.
So whether this goes or not, we've got the same media crew that we used on Central Interceptor to help promote and engage, with our stakeholders. And we found this very effective with our engagement process. Otherwise, we move on.
Keep filling the gap.
Okay.
Padding, I think they call it.
Keep padding. One thing that I didn't touch on was we did have an element of work to do a section of relining to the Aoraki main sewer. We looked at this as a sort of opportunistic piece of work given the collapse that we had in Parnell. When we've investigated this more, it's really not practical to reline the sewer there as we had planned. The time to do it, if relining is the preferred option, is actually to do it after the northern section of Central Interceptor is commissioned, because that way we'd actually take a lot of flow out of the Aoraki main sewer, and that would make working in live sewer conditions, a lot safer, and therefore, less risky for everyone from a project outcome. And actually, the concept about it was an opportunistic piece of work, really the whole Aoraki main sewer we need to look at in terms of what is the long-term plan there. So we're actually going back from a planning perspective, and we may end up having to replace the whole of the Aoraki main sewer rather than just sort of repair individual sections, which is not really providing capacity for future growth anyway.
We'll keep working on it, and we might come back to it as the last little thing, so just keep going.
Yep. Well, I would say if anyone would like to come and visit the tunnel site, which is obviously very close to here, the tunnel boring machine will be working as of today, and we're happily to facilitate any visit.
So we know that the construction has been hugely disruptive to business in the area, and we're working closely with Auckland Transport and Watercare to deliver a range of initiatives that we are to support. So we have a independent business connector that's actively working with around 130 ground floor businesses in Midtown, providing specialist support and micro grants. We're also working to make sure that the street environment feels safe and vibrant while the construction is happening. So some of the things that you will see, examples are the Matariki lights on Queen Street and Elliott Streets currently, as well as new street art and lighting around Airedale and Wakefield Street. We also worked with Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei and the artist to develop artwork for the Waterkei hoarding, telling the story of Te Waihoratu. The city centre target rate is supporting more shows and programming in the Aotea Arts Quarter. So, for example, the Auckland Live Winter Cabaret Festival, which is helping to drive visitation and spend for the area. And looking ahead, we'll be working with the businesses and supporting them to make the most out of those new spaces as they come online. So, for example, outdoor dining.
Kia ora, Murray Burt, Director of Infrastructure in Place at Auckland Transport. I think the key point in this slide in this presentation is to show that there's a very joined up and collaborative approach between Watercare, Auckland Council and Auckland Transport with the works in the city centre. And one of the key things from an Auckland Transport perspective is to make sure that the buses and other traffic can continue to move through the city, particularly around the opening of CRL. So we've been in a very close liaison with Watercare and the sequencing of their works to ensure particularly the Vincent Street, Albert Street corridor will remain open at the time of CRL opening and afterwards. So you're just reinforcing that streets are for movement, and we're working a lot with other utilities, including Watercare and Vector and so on, to reinforce that message that during peak periods, roads need to be open for movement and to minimise disruptive works where possible in peak. So thank you.
So currently we're standing at Merrill Drive. Behind me you can see our Merrill Drive launch site for our tunnel boring machine, and today we're excavating our shaft and we're getting that down to 14 metres depth. So we're building this shaft here so that we can place our tunnel boring machine at the base of the shaft. From the base of the shaft we'll then be excavating our tunnel all the way through to Victoria Street. So it's a very complex job here in Queen Street. As you can imagine, being the oldest or one of the oldest streets in New Zealand, we have a lot of infrastructure in the ground. So we're having to navigate through that, and that takes a lot of time and planning to make sure that we don't interrupt other people's services as we're doing our work.
Thank you. Questions on this project? Desley.
Well, first, thank you, because I think it's an important project for Auckland. I suppose the key issue around my question is the impact, right, from a transport perspective and from a user perspective. Are we monitoring what's going on to help people keep moving through and around the construction sites? Because, I mean, the poor old city centre has been one building site for a long time. So I'm not disputing the project, and I think everybody understands what you're trying to do. That's really good. But how are we monitoring every single day that we are doing the very best we can to get buses, pedestrians, vehicles, etc., moving through and around the construction sites?
Kia ora, Councillor, Deputy Mayor. So I can talk to the street level monitoring, and maybe I'll pass to Murray to talk to the transport movement. So on a daily basis, we have staff members whose job it is to actually be on the street all of the time. And part of that work is looking at access issues, safety issues, cleaning and maintenance issue, and as well as engaging with people on the street and businesses to make sure that we are basically that people can move through safely. So that is monitored on a daily basis.
Safety, I'm talking about movement of both pedestrians, public transport, vehicles, etc.
Yeah, so there's always trade-offs in these situations where large-scale utility upgrades are happening and building capacity in the networks to enable future growth. So there will always be a trade-off. From a Auckland Transport perspective, what we're being strong on is for utility organisations such as Watercare to minimise their footprint on the road reserve and where possible to work outside of peak hours in arterials. What Watercare has presented here are long-term sites that will be established where tunnel boring machines are entering the ground and so on. So they're not going to be able to move out of peak, but they can minimise the size and scale of their footprint. And we're also looking at the sequencing of the work so that when City Rail Link opens, that new infrastructure will function as it should, and that the bus and rail connections will be able to happen smoothly down that Vincent Street, Albert Street corridor. And similar to what Jenny said, for each individual site, there are traffic controllers and pedestrian monitors working with people to guide them in and around those sites. But it's very much a joined up approach. It's not just Auckland Transport that can manage this, it's also the utility companies that are opening up these sites and how they manage the traffic around it. So it's very much a joined up approach, and it's something we need to be responsive and flexible because things change, and it's not just a one size fits all, but it's about responding to issues as they arise and being flexible to be able to adjust traffic light sequencing, to be able to make adjustments to the system so that where we do start to see traffic building up, we can reduce that impact on the users of the network.
Thank you. Supplementary. So that's my actual point. My question directly was, are you monitoring this daily? Because traffic flow is different, and I get the minimise the footprint, and I get all that. But actually, the biggest concern for people in the central city that I'm hearing is the ability for pedestrians, public transport, vehicles, everything to actually get around all these websites. And what I want to be able to go back to the people that I'm talking about is saying that Auckland Transport monitors this daily and will alter the light sequencing or whatever to ensure that traffic and pedestrian flows impacts are as minimal as possible. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, absolutely. We've got real-time monitoring of the entire system, and we're looking at this constantly 24/7 and making adjustments where we can to improve the flow.
Thank you. Richard?
Thank you. I guess this is great work, needed work. The Watercare project itself, because we hear a lot of times about, we just shouldn't be doing this. How old are the current pipes, and what would we do? What would happen in that Midtown area when we're trying to get a bunch of development? This is for later. Sorry. What would we do if this work wasn't done? Because it's a $115 million project. It's clearly not needed.
It is needed, that's correct. The Araki main sewer is over 100 years old. So that's another piece of work in terms of the long-term viability of that asset. And that's, a lot of Watercare's main assets are, old and in need of rehabilitation. So the work is needed. In terms of providing additional capacity, we know Auckland's a growing city. We've got to provide for development, and this is a key piece of infrastructure for future development to enable the growth within Auckland.
And would we be getting, if we weren't doing this, lots of mini projects dealing with the breaks and the wastewater spewing into the streets, etc.?
Potentially, and you'd be dealing with more wet weather overflow events in the event of a storm, so there'd be more pollution into the harbour. So it's the benefits are multifaceted around, outcomes for developers, but also providing better environmental solution during wet weather events.
Okay, and I think it's about $5 to $6 billion worth of private investment coming around this Midtown area and the station. Most of that couldn't happen without this additional capacity, as far as I...
Correct. So we're providing additional capacity for the future development within these catchments.
Thank you. On the Vincent Street, so Andy and I have met with both Watercare and AT on this, and I met again with AT recently. So that's great to hear that it sounds like the WX1 and the Westie buses will be able to enter that new Vincent Street upgrade. But could I just have a bit more information on that? You're essentially going to put the portal in a better place that we can have two-way buses forever, or is it just going to be delayed disruption? Like, it's such a wide road corridor there, have we figured out a way to keep the bus traffic moving in each way?
Yes, I mean, in conjunction with Auckland Transport and Council, so the work in the Vincent Street area, which is actually where we're collecting, where we're intercepting the existing network, we'll only do that work after the bus lane's been fully established and in operation, say for around 18 months or so, and then we'll have to come back and do that work in the Vincent Street junction. There is an opportunity to potentially do some work along Mayoral Drive and not go as far as Vincent Street, but actually there's really no benefit to doing that. In fact, we'd be mobilising twice, so we'd be incurring additional cost for really no benefit, because the benefit is only when we make the connections at the Vincent Street junction. So if we don't do the Vincent Street connections, now, and we defer that until 18 months later for the benefit of the bus route, the plan is to do the work towards the other end of Wellesley Street, and that way we can provide for development in another area.
Okay, but just to clarify, you will always provide for the two-way buses. It's not going to be stop-go buses anytime in the future.
So at the point of the conversation we're having with Watercare, I think we've reached agreement that the works in the Vincent Street Mayoral Drive junction will be deferred until a point after transport is stabilised after CRL opening. So that's a deferral. The exact size of the footprint that they'll occupy within the intersection is still being discussed and debated. And the Auckland Transport position always is to minimise the footprint as far as possible. But in all these situations, there's trade-offs, and Watercare is saying to us that to make these connections, there is a requirement to occupy a fair proportion of that junction. So we'll have to work through this as we understand more the technical challenges Watercare is facing. But the commitment always is to maximise as far as possible the movement through the intersection. But I can't give you a direct answer at this point, as Watercare is still working through the details.
Okay, cool. I'm sure it'd be cool if Andy and I could meet again on that sometime soon. Very last question, sorry, Chair. On the Wellesley bus, Jenny, obviously some of that hasn't been dug up for the 80 years as well. So I hear that some of the issues have been the private infrastructure we didn't know was underneath some of that roading. But the purpose of the Wellesley bus, busway, bus improvements, are quite significant. We're talking tens of thousands of passengers coming through there a day. Could you just give us a little update on where that's tracking and the purpose of it? Because people might just think it's a random road upgrade.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not as familiar with the bus network as Stacey is. I don't know whether you want to wait until the Auckland Transport update and defer that question for Stacey, or bring her forward now. I'll leave that up to Andy.
That's all good.
Cool, thank you. And just before we move on, I should have done before, a little bit naughty. I just want to welcome at the back, we have some graduates from the Policy, Planning and Governance Directorate who are joining us today to observe the cut and thrust of council meetings. So welcome, and I hope you're enjoying this and will take great memories. And so I'm not sure whether he's cutting or thrusting, but next question, Mayor Brown.
Oh, this should cure the young people of any hope to carry on. That's
not very positive.
I had questions about traffic flow and about demand management of capacity, both of which are quite different. But I'm like to see the idea here under item 8 that we are keeping the city moving, and I'd like to congratulate Barry from following up and knocking off all those number of pedestrian crossings intermittently every 100 metres down Queen Street. if we were monitoring them so closely, how come it was me that noticed that the timing hadn't been changed for the last 3 years since it was shorter across? And how come it came down to me to notice that people cross everywhere but the crossing? And so that they're completely unnecessary. And so I just wondered how good the monitoring was, because it shouldn't be my job. And then coming back to if you are monitoring, because I happen to walk up and down Queen Street, there's a nice gap outside Farmers at the end of the work that Watercare are doing, which have got a nice fence around it, and a gap of 1.2 metres and another little plastic fence there. And you're not allowed to walk through there, and yet people are walking through there because it looks like it's a good place to walk through there, even if it says you shouldn't do it. So we either create places which are clearly not to walk through, or we shouldn't encourage people to do gaps between and then say, no, you're not allowed to do that, because they will do that. People will make their mind up. So perhaps you can go, I would ask you to go back and have another quick look at that. And then the Watercare guy, when you're saying, the whole point of what you're doing, and I thoroughly support what you're doing, which is really to separate sewage from stormwater. And there was a tragic error in judgment 100 years ago not to do that, but they did that. Once you've separated those two, and we're not only carrying sewage, which is what we're trying to do, I understand, then I would have thought the 1.2 metres would have quite a lot of capacity for sewage, and we're talking about the growth of Auckland. Demand management is something I've been trying to bring into play with Auckland Transport and with you people as well. If you've got a certain limit and you've got rid of the stormwater, then can we then start encouraging people to have demand management within their new facilities? I mean, you can have lower flow sewage systems and lower flow showers. There's a whole lot you can do to reduce demand. And there's plenty of evidence outside the city about how that goes, because we know that city people, because water's cheap and readily available, use at least 2 or 3 times as much as people in the rural areas who have roof collection. And the people in the rural areas are not unclean, and they do go to the toilet in the same numbers, but they manage themselves. So are you anticipating some form of demand management rather than having to rip the streets up and do another 1.2 million because the people actually can't control themselves properly?
Excuse me?
Just pop your microphone on, David.
I can't answer that, Mayor Brown, right now, but we'll have to get back to you after I've spoken to my planning team as to what the plans are around demand management. I mean, I think like the Deputy Mayor said, I mean, people will control and limit and minimise how much water they're prepared to use in the event of, the communications around, running out of water or water running low. I mean, actually, that should just be a business as usual approach. I mean, it should just be good practice to minimise the amount of water we're using.
Well, that's good. And then have a look at Queen Street and see, can people walk around those areas in front of Farmers? Or if they don't want them to, don't have 2 fences there. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll go and have a look at that straight away.
Thank you. Morris.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment at all about the need for it. It's clearly needed and the work has to be done. My questions are more about how long it's taking for projects just about anywhere in New Zealand, and Auckland's one of the worst examples. And it seems to me there's always this dichotomy or the dilemma between the engineering companies who are going to go and do the work and those of us who are supposed to be representing the public and minimise the disruption. And they're always going to tell you, 3 years, 4 years maybe, and it's going to be this much and so on, because that's going to be in their interest to have that. We want it to be 6 months at the most because it's in our interest for the public to have least disruption. Do you have really good metrics with regards to these size type projects elsewhere in the world? Because I have lived a lot of places and I've seen them come into places in the States where they'll go into a particular suburb, rip up the roads, put piping in, reseal the thing, put an overhead motorway, and 3 weeks later move out. And the public in my patch just keep saying, I'm just giving up going to the city. I'm not going anymore, forget it. And I don't know, just like COVID meant you don't get a lot of people back to a public transport, I think you're not going to get some of these people back because of how long it's taken. So I'll repeat the question. Do you have a really good set of metrics when you're negotiating to do these of what a real project like this should take elsewhere in the world, and then hold their feet to the fire to make sure the time of delivery is in line with that and not just an ever-extending, long-winded cones to Africa? Ever since I've been on the council, the whole place has been cones around the town.
Well, thank you for the question. I can talk to some of the water care projects. Is when the contracts are awarded, we check the program durations very closely, and we do compare with other projects. It's not always a relevant comparison to compare with what happens in other parts of the world, but absolutely, it's in terms of tunneling rates, meters per day. What you can do is we compare with rates around the world. Work in congested city centres like this is very hard. There's a lot of stakeholders, there's a lot of unknowns, there's a lot of risk, but it's really in nobody's benefit, whether it's the utility company or the engineering firm or the constructor, for anything to take longer than it absolutely needs to. I'd say what the best way of minimising work is to have work 24/7. If we could work 24/7 everywhere, then you can minimise work. That's just not always possible. I've spent a fair bit of my time working in the Middle East, and things happen very, very quickly in the Middle East. But there's almost zero consultation. You can just go and dig up any street if you've got a letter from the supplier saying, yes, off you go. We've got certain processes that we have to follow, but as I say, it's in nobody's benefit to drag out any construction duration whatsoever. So everyone's working really hard to minimise impacts.
You just said that it's not in the interest of the big construction companies and all of that to have it for longer, but surely it is at the time of procurement and bidding. Surely it's in their interest to put a bigger time frame and a lot more cost and expense on it. And the only way you can get back to where a realistic point should be on that contract is by comparators and say, well, that's just nonsense. You're only doing a 1.2 kilometre long tunnel, and it's only this wide, and it's going through this sort of soil quality. And here's 3 examples on a per kilometre base from elsewhere where they did it in a quarter that time. So it is in their interest at the beginning to try to inflate the time frame. And I'm just worried that they're winning the time frame debate, and on behalf of the public, we're losing it.
Just noting that. Okay, Mike.
Yes, I've got a few comments, but I'll leave those till later. In terms of this report, there is no mention that I can see, even if you like translating the euphemisms and the official talk, of the planned extension of the so-called AVO, Authorised Vehicle Only, in Queen Street. If you will note that an AVO, so-called, was imposed on Queen Street between Wakefield and Wellesley Street, around about the time of the last election, which for elected people, present, future, is actually a kind of a dangerous time, really, when lots of things can happen before people are really aware of it. Anyway, this AVO was imposed back then. I understand a major change will be taking place. The authorised vehicle only will be imposed from Merrill Drive down to Victoria Street. My question is, is this still going ahead? Because I can't see any mention of it, and it would be a major intervention or a blockade of Queen Street. So that's the first question. Do you still intend to go ahead as part of your mid-city planning? Midtown program update. How's that going with the Midtown program update, the blockade of Queen Street?
Maybe I'll just preface this by saying my understanding of this presentation is the focus is on the water care works and the impact that those are having in the city centre, not on the transport arrangements. But what I can also say is that the things that are happening in city centre are all part of the city centre master plan, which is a plan that was authorised and approved by Auckland Council. So in terms of what Auckland Transport does, it's a delivery agency on behalf of Auckland Council in that regard. So any changes to the master plan would have to be channeled through Auckland Council. So I'll hand to Jenny maybe to cover that.
And look, and I'll just jump in. That is the purpose. Paragraph 1 outlines what the purpose of this report is, and we asked for it to focus on the disruption that is occurring in Queen Street, and it's not the picking apart of the sort of city centre master plan. So we're here, but I'll let Jenny answer the question as best she can.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure that I can actually give you a definitive answer at this stage, so I don't have the detailed information associated with that, but I suggest that we can come back to you on those responses.
I find that really surprising, but we'll leave that to one stage. In terms of disruption, the mini AVO, the pilot, the tester, which was slipped through around about this time in 2022, has penalised about 100,000 Aucklanders and levied about $20 million in fines on Aucklanders already. So one can imagine what the consequence of radically extending it will be. So I think that, given the importance of this matter, this should have at least been mentioned. It is Midtown, and it's going to cut the heart out of Midtown, actually. So my next question is in regard to High Street. In terms of the consultation, extensive, as claimed, I was asked if I could obtain the raw data of what actually shopkeepers and landlords said, what were their views. And so I requested that data, and much to my surprise, they said, yes, we can get it to you. And what I of course received was the processed data, not the original raw data at all. So I was, given we're talking about High Street here, I would make that request formally to the deputation here again. And one final issue that I want to raise with you, at some stage during the work in Victoria Street East, the second lane in Kitchener Street, which now funnels through traffic from Merrill Drive from Queen Street because of this AVO blockade, and of course from the motorway, has been effectively reduced to one lane instead of two, because at some stage someone authorised the blocking off of the second lane by extending the platform of the footpath right across the first lane. This has resulted in significant congestion at all times, not just at peak times, and it was not authorised, it wasn't consulted on. Again, this is a real concern. the residents have asked me in that area for that second lane to be unblocked. Maybe Mr. Burt can help me here. I would imagine that AT led this intervention, and I wonder if there are any plans to return Kitchener Street to what it was.
Perhaps, Councillor, if I just address that, as we've discussed, you and I have discussed, this is something I'm working on with Auckland Transport at the moment, so I'm not in a position to come back with an answer on Kitchener Street, but it's definitely a work in progress. So I'm keen to come back to you as quick as I can on that.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. I thought I would try and cut out the middleman, but I hear what you say. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane.
Yeah, thank you. My question's actually following on from Councillor Williamson's. Can I just clarify what your working hours are that you're allowed to operate on site, and whether those are adequate and efficient to get the job done as quickly and affordably as possible?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the hours are out on site, but we're certainly not working 24/7. So everything's always a balance in terms of as efficiently and as quickly as possible, but we're working all the hours that we can to get done as quickly as possible.
100%, thank you. Look, I might ask AT the same question, so heads up on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Julie, online.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my question was following on about the disruption and the community conversation about that aspect. So something, obviously, a couple of projects in my ward where we had a lot of disruption, and AT has learnt from that for the next round, the Carrington Road upgrade, and now the third of the 3 rounds of public consultation. The first 2 were refining the design, and the final one is actually focused on how do we best manage the construction period and testing the communities, the residents' appetite for night works, for closing off things rather than having one-ways and at various points and things like that. So I'm wondering how we can take that kind of approach with this kind of situation where we've got multiple agencies involved, and also acknowledging that it's in the city centre. And so you've got quite a different cohort of people that you would be talking to. Obviously residents who are probably not going to be that happy about night work, but the hospitality impacts of night work play out differently as well than they would say in the suburbs. So what's sort of the thinking there about, obviously this project is 4 projects, they're well underway and stuff, but for the learning from this, for the future of these sort of joined up projects in the city centre, which I think we would all support more of, how are we going to do that conversation with the community that are impacted by works better, so that we can test the appetite around that, night works, closing things so we can do the works faster, that kind of stuff. That's what I'm really interested in here. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you for the question. So what we have heard from the community in terms of construction disruption is that first and foremost, they wanted that transparency around the level of disruption and the duration so that they can themselves make the best decision for them. Probably it's, as David has already sort of alluded, some of there is definitely trade-offs in the way that we approach it. So if we work 24/7, it means we compromise the quality of life for residents as well as those nighttime economies. And at times, delivering it faster means it's more disruptive. So we'll be looking at sort of bigger road closure and stuff. So there's definitely a trade-off associated with it. What we are sort of attempting to do, and you'll see that come through with the High Street public consultation, is that when we present the design to the community to consult on, we're also presenting the construction phasing and methodology so they can look at the outcome as well as make an assessment on what they see is the disruption and being transparent about that so they can test their appetite and provide feedback on that basis. But we have heard...
Sorry.
Yeah, but we have heard very clearly that they want good information ahead of the construction happening so they can make those decisions for themselves.
Yeah, I think that timeframes and certainty around timeframes piece is really key. One of the businesses that was impacted by a project in my area chose to take some of that time to refurbish. And so they were able to, you know, a shutdown that they would ordinarily have to do, they timetabled it to be when they knew that they were going to be disrupted. So there are other, I think it's really key that we get that time frame stuff right, because that's also when we drive up frustration for people. It's like, oh, it feels like it's been going on forever. Oh, it's not finished yet. So clear and honest communication about that. Good to see that you're identifying that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, so we'll ask you to step back. So thank you very much for the presentation and the information. So we'll now throw it open. Well, does someone like to move? Thank you, Chris, and Desley seconding. Okay, debate. Any comments? I've had a few already. None? Okay, we'll put it. Those in favour say aye.
Oh, sorry, I thought Mike's finished.
I asked. Have you got a comment, Mike? You've had a few.
I think you've got my message, Mr. Chairman and members and ladies and gentlemen. What we are doing in the central city is actually harming the central city. Yeah. The intention may be well meant, but actually we should remember the surgeon's adage, at first do no harm. But our interventions, costly, inefficient, non-productive, dragging out for years, are actually doing a great deal of harm to the central city. I'll leave it at that, especially to Midtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
I wasn't going to speak, but look, I have a totally contrary view that what we're doing in the city centre faces the future for the people of Auckland. If you look at Wellesley, if you look at Victoria Street, where the projects are, if you look at the CRL, if you look at the contract we undertook to dispose of the Bledisloe building, the overstation development there, the list goes on. This is all future-facing investment for our people for generations to come. It's a remarkable coordination that's happening in the city centre at the moment. And I get frustrated, but I don't dwell on the frustration. I go and solve the frustration, as I have with Auckland Transport and the CRL team over the years. If I see contractors' vehicles outside of the staging area, I lodge the complaint. It's actioned upon. Generally, it's actioned upon. I don't wait to have the carte blanche complaint here that what we're doing in the city centre is not working. This is future-facing. When we're all gone and disappeared from here and forgotten, people will reflect on the total rebuild of Wellesley Street, the total rebuild. If you look at the superstructure there at Wellesley Street, I don't think it has been rebuilt since the day it was built in not the 20th century, the 19th century. It's remarkable. There are little niggles along the way. Some get really big, but look at the project. Let's applaud that and all those that actually said, this is our future. It is not status quo. It's not treading water. It's not thinking about my boomer generation. My boomer generation got it good. This is for the generations that follow.
Dystopia.
Shane.
Hey, thanks, Chair. Look, I wasn't going to speak either, but Councillor Darby's words I thought were really wise, and I agree completely with everything that's said. And look, we should be celebrating fixing some problems that have lay there for many, many years. This pipe's over 100 years old, and we're fixing it. When I first ran for council, I had a couple of mates of mine take me aside and say, look, you're aware of some of the huge issues that you're going to face in the coming terms with crumbling pipes and the huge price tag attached, the huge disruption attached. Well, I'm glad we're facing those problems down and we're actually fixing them, and I think we should be celebrating it. I just wanted to talk about the comments around you wouldn't believe how quickly some other countries do this job, right? And I thought that really resonated with me a lot, because time is also money. So it's not just a disruption thing. When delays happen in projects, that costs money, and it can cost millions of dollars more, right? Nobody likes disruption. I get that. But I'm coming to a view that people don't thank you when you're there for many, many more months than you would have been if you maybe just got in there and smashed it out. If you looked at things like 24/7 work, with workers' rights guaranteed, of course. But if you get in there and pay businesses to say, look, maybe you close for a couple of months and we'll pay you your profit that you're going to get. We're going to get in there and smash it out and we're going to fix this pipe. Then we're going to go away. That actually might be a better solution than trying to sort of do both things at the same time, which is minimize disruption and build a massive pipe. And do things. These things happen all across the city. It's not just this one thing. But, we're all going to have really different views on where to draw that balance, because it is a balance. But I just want to maybe think that we should be updating our thinking on this. And maybe into the next term, we should have a look at this policy, look about whether we've got the balance actually right, or whether we can get things done quicker and cheaper. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Richard?
Thanks, Andy. Alexi, do you want to put those images up, the first one? I just want to show some pictures for those who don't necessarily know the before and afters. The first one is coming. Okay, I'll speak while I'm waiting for the visuals. A lot of the reason there's a lot of work going on in the city centre and around the city is for decades we didn't do it. For decades, people underinvested in our city's infrastructure. The somewhat invisible stuff like pipes, this pipe that is being built along here to replace 100-year-old infrastructure is 13 metres below the surface, being tunnelled. I'm not an engineer, but it doesn't sound like that is a very easy thing to do, but it is happening to stop sewage seeping out into our waterways and onto our streets like we see in some other cities, but also enable the growth that we keep saying. I hear the city centre is dead. I hear all these negative things constantly about the city centre, but there's $5 to $6 billion worth of private investment in the Midtown area. So that's not even counting all the stuff in the waterfront, Wynyard Quarter and other areas. That's Midtown, around the stations, around the convention centre. There is Precinct and the Chow Brothers and others who are building and investing significantly around this area, but they cannot open anything without wastewater capacity, and this will enable that as well. This picture up here, and I'm putting two up today, this is some of the most popular stuff that I put on my social media. Obviously, I have a different social media to some, but this is the before and after of Te Hanoa. That is what Victoria Street used to look like a couple of years ago, and this is Te Hanoa, the first stage now. It is significantly different, significantly better, and this will lead up to the station in time. There are people sitting there now eating their lunch. There are people enjoying that space. Obviously great to have more trees in the city centre. I want to scroll up to the Quay Street example. I remember the debate on Quay Street, and Councillor Darby will remember it well too. There was so much opposition to Quay Street at the time. People voted against it, people were grumpy, people were angry. What we had to do there, the reason why there were 16 trenches in the middle of Quay Street in the first place, was because they had to replace the 100-year-old seawall on the front. The front of the city was falling off, basically. So we had to dig the whole thing up. So we all thought, why not put it back better than it was? There's now 200 mature native trees. There's 50 gardens in there, including 21 rain gardens. There is Commercial Bay, which has worked with the council on this precinct. Amazing places. If you go down there any time of the day, there are people eating, drinking, shopping, enjoying themselves. I get on my bus down there. If we told people today we want to reverse it back to that 5-lane road where basically no one ever existed apart from those big trucks, they would laugh at us now. So I know many of you have been around for a long time, and there's great stories about Britomart and great stories about Wynyard, but that's where all the investment is going. What will happen to Midtown once this is done? The exact same thing will happen. The issue is, it is really disruptive and really tough on residents and businesses. But if we don't do it, it's even worse. We will get a city that dies on its own and also has plenty of mini disasters all over the place that are not controlled. And as Councillor Darby said, I ring up the team if I see an issue. Some days they'll do it within hours. Someone will ring me and say there's a trip hazard or the visibility dots are not in the right place for people with low vision. Within hours, I'll get an email and say, oh, it's been fixed, it's been sorted, sorry, the team were getting onto that this evening, and it gets done. I think more of us, eyes on the ground, actually getting outcomes instead of bagging everyone in this city, bagging the city centre to drive people out of here. When people come in, they actually go, oh, it's actually not as bad as I hear all the time, or it's great in this area, or whatever. So I think I bang on about it all the time. We are a victim of our own complaining. And I think the success of the city is where we've helped upgrade and work with the private sector too. And this will continue. And it has to continue because literally the infrastructure is falling apart. So we can put it back ugly or we can put it back great. And I think we're doing the latter. So thanks.
Thank you. Ken?
This is a huge subject, and I only put my hand up to counter my good friend to my right here. So I won't bore everyone, but I get really annoyed with the amount of time we spend on the CBD in this place. There's a huge area of Auckland, and there's a lot of people at Lynn Mall, and a lot of people at Westgate, and a lot of people out there shopping all over the show, which aren't in here shopping, is my observation. And I would just make a comment on, and I want to represent everybody, but those people don't get a big enough voice at this table. They don't take up a big enough period of our debates. And the other thing I'd like to point out is that, yes, I think we can do our construction better. We have to do it better. We have to do it cheaper. But when I first came into this seat, I went and saw the ferry people down at the ferry terminal there, Fuller's, and said, oh, you're getting electric ferries? And they said, yep. I said, you got enough power? Well, we were going to bring the power down Queen Street, but we forgot. And so now we need to either dig it up again or work out a better way of getting the power in to here, hence why we've got a whole bunch of batteries going in. We can do it better, and we can be more people-friendly as we do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sort of ironic. Wayne?
Sure. I won't speak anywhere near as long as some of the other speakers, Mr. Chair, but I just want to back Mike Lee. Absolutely. We're here in a governance role, an oversight role akin to a board. It is entirely appropriate for us to question projects, for us to seek contestable advice, and in an instance where a particular project has grossly exceeded any of the forecasts, and that project and associated projects have caused the closure of retail stores, the loss of jobs, and it could go on, you would expect that we would and should have that role. I would suggest it would be highly useful for this council to inform itself around the costs associated with the matters that I've just said. The loss of retail trade, the loss of jobs, the loss of activity, the multiplier effect of that, against the background where this council has spent a vast amount of money on the city centre. So I think the issues that Mr. Lee raises are entirely appropriate because that is our role. Thank you.
Thank you. Just reminding that the thing was on the Midtown Wastewater Diversion Project, but...
I understand that.
Yep. Lottie.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. And I wasn't going to speak either, but I just wanted to add my voice to tautoko what my colleague on the left, Councillor Darby, was saying, and in particular picking up on us facing the future. And that is the role of our council, is to face the future and make those difficult decisions. Yes, we should always ask questions. Yes, we should always push for things to be more efficient. But we've got to remember that when work needs to be done, has to be done, then we should get on and do it. I'm really mindful as well of other cities that have neglected to do important work like this. We've heard from our staff, some of those pipes are 100 years old. I mean, look at other cities like Wellington and how they're suffering now, because in the past, they probably sat around as well, worried about the disturbance and disruption to their residents if they did that work and say delayed it and pushed it down the track, and now look at the issues that they're having. So I commend our team. I commend our governing body and past governing bodies for making those good decisions to do that future-facing work. I also wanted to pick up on that point about other parts of the world doing things faster. I've lived in Asia, as you know, and they do things right quick, especially in China, where they can often put up a whole airport fully functioning in half the time that any Western democracy might want to do. But that is because of very specific things about countries like that, where they don't have to consult, where they don't have to go out for an EOI or a tender process, and where it is fully funded by their local and central government. So I don't think that that's a fair comparison as well. Our team's doing a great job. This governing body is doing a good job. We should always ask for more efficiency, of course, and Councillor Lee has some good points as well, but also we should support our team and get on and do the work that we need to do for our future. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, Lottie. No further comments, so I just have one word in regards to the subject of this report, and that is Wellington. So it has been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Thank you. Next item up is Auckland Transport update. We will kick this off in the very, very great hope that we might be able to deal with it in 40 minutes, or faster. So, Dean, welcome. Hope you've recovered, slightly from your, your poorliness. Murray and Scott alongside. So, welcome, team, and we'll take your report as read. And so, fire away.
Yeah, kia ora, and good morning. Yes, I have had a bit of the flu. The perils are going through international airports, I think. Largely over it, but if I have a little coughing session, I will leave, and I've got a great team. How does that sound? So it's our pleasure just today to give you some highlights on things that are happening and to give you an update on the ferry program. I'm sure there'll be good questions on all of it. Can I, in my introduction, just touch on a few things that have come up this morning? First of all, I want to acknowledge the death of that person on a bus in the Halsey Street depot. Police are investigating. When we have more information, of course, we'll share that with you, but there's no suspicious circumstances. It appears they found their way onto the bus and passed away, sadly. There's been some good discussion this morning around the bus through one of our presenters, and likewise on emissions reduction. We remain committed to both, ensuring that we have great public transport and that we're reducing emissions. Excuse me. As a matter of fact, on emissions, we are on track, and we will continue to do so. We've got a completely electrified rail network. Oh, my voice is going, isn't it? I am emotional, yes. On track with buses. Ferries are challenging with reduction in funding. Embedded emissions, you'll hear more about that. And the big area we've got through TERP is how we handle indirect emission reduction through the wider transport fleet. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to, we should flick through. Just some of the highlights. You'll see with PayWave, we've continued to hit some amazing statistics, like some buses trials, 417 kilometres of road repaired. Can I just note with the recent rain that is definitely showing up the impact of decades of underinvestment. You'll see more potholes. We've got our crews working 24/7 to try and keep on top of this. Auckland has topography that likes to respond to wet weather in the form of slumping or potholing when it comes to roads. We work very hard to try and minimise that. Rail upgrades continue, as you'll note, with Kiwi Rail doing some great work over those holiday and long weekends. Good progress being made. There was an agreement around bringing strategic planning for the longer term transport infrastructure into the council team. We're pleased with where that's landed. that brings spatial planning and long-term infrastructure investment planning together. And I'm really proud of the fact that Auckland Transport has been nominated for a group of national awards across different parts of our business, and we're recognised by our peers as being in that last 3 or 4 across many of the things that we do. We've also been nominated for some international awards too, and so thank you for your support. Your support comes in the form of investment and direction, and it turns up in peer recognition. We were challenged by this committee previously. Oh, actually, can I also just touch on, there was two other things I just wanted to acknowledge quickly before getting to safeties. Very pleased with the out-of-home media contract that was recently awarded. You'll have got that notice. Pleased that we've resolved with the community and businesses how the K Road precinct will work once CRL goes live, and I've already touched on wet weather. So there's some really good things happening, along with all the challenges that come with running a transport business. Right, safety of the network. Last time we met, we were challenged to bring safety forward in the conversation, so that is what we're attempting to do here. We'll talk about road safety, but you'll see us continue to grow the conversation about safety more generally across the transport network. And so today we're going to shine a little bit of a light on rail safety. Some of this information on rail is preliminary, and we still need to get, we're measuring things slightly different with Kiwi Rail, so we need to bring that together. But we have a shared interest on what happens across the rail networks. Now, I'm going to ask Teresa Burnett if we've got detailed questions. Teresa is available to respond. But you can see here across our the road safety network that this is to May this year, 599 people have either been killed or seriously injured, which is slightly ahead of what we had targeted and how we're investing to reduce impact on road safety. So we're disappointed with that, but we remain focused just the same. You can see year-on-year fatalities, and that we continue to have a concern that 51% of those that are either killed or injured are outside the motor vehicle. You can see some interesting statistics here around public transport and rail safety. I think the thing that I want to call out in rail safety is we are working a lot more closely with Kiwi Rail, particularly on what happens around level crossings, what happens on the rail corridor with people crossing it where it's perhaps not, well, it's uncontrolled. And that is an area that we are also focused on. The thing that you don't have in this summary is relates to ferry activities, and that is something that we're working up. But look, between Stacey and Teresa, if you have any questions, you can come back to me on that, and we've got the slide up there as a prompt. Murray's now going to talk to the capital program, and then the reduction in embodied carbon, and then Scott will talk to Murray outcomes.
Sure. Thanks, Dean. So last financial year saw us deliver the largest ever capital program that Auckland Transport has, and some significant milestones achieved. You would have seen photos throughout the year, and there's a few more photos here of some of the things that have been going on with the Ferry build program, and a couple of vessels now on the water being tested, new electric vessels, and you'll hear more about that later. The Great North Road corridor improvements are well underway, and many safety improvements across the network, improvements to cycling, and some of the big projects like Eastern Busways are trucking along well. Maybe go to the next slide. You're just looking ahead to the current financial year that we're in. Dean mentioned it, great result around the Karanga Happy precinct design, a very collaborative work there to land on a design that we can move forward with, and very much looking forward to landing out the enabling works around the CRL with streetscape works, the rail rolling stock and so on. A few pictures in front of you. Storm recovery will be coming to an end this financial year with a couple of the big projects at Manukau Heads and Millsat Road Bridge well underway now, and also a whole bunch of rail safety improvements with the level crossings. And on the level crossings program, we have awarded the pedestrian bridge contract and also the road bridge design contract for the Takanini cluster of crossings, so that will be a significant part of the work going ahead. Should we jump ahead a couple and I can cover off carbon? This is quite a good one. Social outcomes. In terms of what we're looking at in our procurement, and Scott will cover a bit more on the Māori procurement side, but it's a good example from the Point Chev to Westmere of looking at more the social procurement outcomes on that particular contract with hitting targets around diverse suppliers, Māori and Pacifica suppliers, and some good examples there. But maybe skip on to the next one, which is low carbon. Significant part of what we're looking at is reducing the volume of carbon in our capital projects, so what we call embodied carbon. And one of the key areas that we're focusing on is concrete. Concrete is a carbon-intensive material, but we're working with the supply chain to bring in low-carbon concrete, and this has been successful, and we're looking towards a goal of 25% less embodied carbon emissions in the concrete that we use on our network. And this is through a number of things, replacing Portland cement with a slag product, which is being imported through the concrete suppliers, and it actually results in a higher quality concrete product as well, which we're currently using on the Eastern Busways program. It's used in the concrete pavements that we're building and also footpaths. So it's a great piece of work, and it's across the industry and also in partnership with other big infrastructure owners, Kāinga Ora and NZTA and so on. So I'll maybe leave it there.
Kia ora tātou. So I'll take, as the Chair said, the slides as read, but just cover off a couple of critical points. In the FY25, our approximate spend, as you can see through those percentages, particularly in our capital program, are over the SOI target. But when we look across all of the business, it equates to approximately 3% of our total organisation spend. So the number is at nearly 60 million in the year to May, and we are confident of that being higher through the June month as well too. One of the challenges, and I won't spend too much time on this part of the slide, but the challenge that we've talked about previously is the need for us to focus on the operational spend. And we are working closely with Haukura on that, and I just want to acknowledge Haukura in particular as I flick to the next slide around the contribution to the Māori economy. So we've met recently with Haukura Dean and members of our Māori Outcomes team and procurement team met with Haukura, and I think one of the valuable parts that came out of that was the ability for Auckland Transport to talk through some of the opportunities in the operational spend, and in particular as we start going into the next couple of future years, when our capital budget starts to come off a bit and the operational spend goes up, we are going to need to work closely with Māori businesses to lift the capacity and the capabilities in those areas. So want to acknowledge Haukura in support of that. While I don't obviously speak for Haukura, the hui that we've had so far have been a good opportunity to talk through those challenges. We've spoken through the SOI target and just want to acknowledge that the feedback from Haukura to us around the SOI. I think that we've been able to create an understanding at least of the challenge at the moment, and so we're working with Haukura further on that. One of the points, or 2 points to finish on, one is that because our PT spend equates for nearly half of our overall organisation spend, it's difficult for our Māori organisations to get into that area, but we are working with Haukura on that. And finally, we're looking at the methodology of how we come up with the target and working with our council colleagues to do that. We have a slightly different methodology than council does. And that means that our spend looks specifically at Māori outcomes, whereas councils is a bit wider than that. So we're just looking at how we can align better with council's number.
Happy to take questions at this stage of this part of the presentation, noting that the ferry update will follow.
Cool, thank you. First question, Desley.
Thanks, team. My question is around the 417 kilometres of roads that were repaired or resurfaced. Sounds a great number. Could you give me, because I just can't remember, what was the target for the year? Because your year is that the annual target or is it just to a point? It sounds great. I want to sell the good news. I just want to know how does it compare for what you've done before and the annual, is it an annual target or just year to date?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the target was 400 kilometres, so we've exceeded the target. That does only represent, I think it's around 6.5% of the network. We're around 6.5%. We're looking to build that year on year. So that is a great accomplishment for this year, but in the next year, we're looking to do even more.
It's fantastic. And my second question is, and I apologise, not 100% of the presentation, but in the interest of trying to help you sell good news, I just want to congratulate you, Stacey, on following up my email to Dean around the driver who, in an absolute storm of weather, helped every passenger off the bus with their bags and stuff into a covered shelter. Not all buses can fit back end to end on a covered shelter. This driver went over and above. And I just, to my colleagues, say Auckland Transport does have a way of rewarding bus drivers who go over and above. And if you find someone who does that, get in touch with Stacey because you did a good job around that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And just need a mover and seconder. So someone like to move? Thanks, Chris, and seconder Desley. Okay, Ken.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. First, you talked about low carbon concrete. You used the term bring it in, and then you talked about an extender or some sort of additive that goes to the concrete, which improves the carbon measurement and improves the concrete, so you said. When you measure these, I saw you smile, I didn't mean so you said as in, I'm not disbelieving that. I am questioning, however, the embedded carbons. The importation of it, the shipping of it, etc., is that included in your carbon measure? Where does the carbon measure start and finish? At the wharf?
No, so I don't know to what level of detail, and would be very happy to take you on a site visit down to Wholesome at the wharf so you find out all the details. But the short version is, yes, the transport's included. All cement in New Zealand is imported, mostly from Japan. The carbon savings is through using a waste product from the steel industry rather than what traditional Portland cement, which is calcium carbonate or lime that's fired in a kiln. The carbon savings comes because we're using a waste product from the steel industry rather than creating a new product for the Portland cement.
I would really like, please, the full report on how that's all done. I've seen some of the reports out of Watercare on stuff, and I'm interested to see where the mathematics goes. Thank you. Last question is, and I've heard this mentioned here before, and it's a political sort of question, but you talked about overall road deaths, etc. But I did sit in front of telly the other night and saw an ad about road deaths, and it happened to mention, yet again, that 1/3 of road fatalities has a connected drug connection, So in other words, it was caused by drugs. So, I get concerned that we as council are funding a whole bunch of these road speed mitigation things to bring it to zero, when we'll never get it to zero without a factor which is completely out of our control. Do you consider this when you do you consider the way your outcomes of zero are mitigated by other events in the way you decide how Auckland Transport is going to spend money? You get what I mean? There's a cost thing here that I don't think we can pay back on.
we could spend a lot of time on this, so I won't go there. But can I simply say we're not funded to get it to zero. Our desire is to reduce and minimise the impact, road safety impact, through a whole variety of means. We do recognise there are some things that we can directly influence, and we do that through speed, we do that through traffic calming measures, there's a whole range of education. We work with NZTA around the promotion on the TV that you see, where it talks about the impact on the road toll of drug and alcohol use. So we're doing all of these things, either influencing or indirectly influencing or directly influencing, to help bring that target down. But we're not funded to bring it to zero.
Sorry, so thank you. Just then, all I'm trying to do from my side for the people is make sure that we spend the money that Auckland Transport spends as productively as possible, so I can take it we're on the same track and we are trying to achieve the same thing across the board. In other words,
well, our overall commitment is to challenge ourselves and ensure that every dollar is spent very wisely. And sometimes we don't get that right, like any organisation, council, water care, whomever. But we're always challenging ourselves to be very, very efficient and get as much value from every dollar spent. And the dollar spent around safety in terms of health and social impact, economic impact, is a good dollar spent, but we still need to be very wise about it, which is why we take quite an integrated approach and be as careful as we can. So, look, the commitment is absolutely there.
Thank you.
Okay, Shane, thank you. Shane?
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of our DSI stats, just wondering if you could define actually what makes an injury a serious injury.
I've got Teresa on my shoulder who will confirm, but for it to be recorded as a DSI, it's required police or ambulance attendance.
Thank you so much. And I'm just wondering if we could get a graph that shows change over time on DSI figures. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. It'd be cool to see that in the current climate. Could we get that circulated?
Yeah, sure. This information is all available on our website, and we will make sure that you're across all the DSI stats. We've got it broken down by age, demographic, local board, type of accident. So all that information is available. You can query it in whichever way you want.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Right, Honey.
I'm going to bring you choice one day, Ken. Thanks for the update. It's great to see that you're working towards mighty outcome. And there is a challenge you identified, which was with the public transport engagement. Question I've got is, we know there'll be complexities in actually trying to engage with Māori, with mana whenua, with Māori business stakeholders. What are the opportunities that AT is exploring to actually collaborate that engagement, whether it be joint venture deliveries, whether it be investment partners? What type of approach are you taking or considering to do?
So I think the first or couple of points. One is that recently with the Auckland or the Regional Transport Committee had an invite out all to mana whenua and iwi to meet at the last meeting, which was a couple of months ago. And so we had iwi members there at the Regional Transport Committee, and we put this challenge as well to them, which gave them, I guess, some of the clarity and the understanding. And now we've had the opportunity to go back and work with them on where some of those opportunity areas are. I think what when we talk about operational spend, some of that was being missed, and that was our fault when we actually sat down with them and said, this could be in professional services, it could be in delivery services. We started to go through areas where they might be able to support us. We had feedback from iwi saying, well, we've got people who are really skilled in the IT sector. How can they get involved in actually some of the IT services at AT? So these are some of the areas that we've been discussing. I think with Haukura as well too, it's just trying, again, it's our procurement team in particular are doing a good job from procurement, but we don't know what we don't know. And so the relationships with our iwi, with Haukura, with Matawaka is about actually understanding who's out there and what services could align to AT, and then how we can actually procure those services. So we're engaging more, we're much more closely aligned, Honey, and I think the commitment definitely is there to try and keep increasing it and overcome the challenge. We see it as a challenge, not as a barrier to stop it. So we are definitely committed to overcoming where we can.
Well, it's good to hear that you're progressing down that space. I know it's not going to happen overnight, and it's how we work and keep working through it. Just another comment to Mr. Chair, especially in relation to that low carbon concrete. That's an interesting space, especially with emission reduction coming through. And I know that mana whenua, part of them was to reduce emissions in one form or another, so that the marine life, and we all know quite well that it goes out to the waterways. So I'm just wanting to note that's a good way to consider how to move forward in construction spaces with their emission reduction. Kia ora.
Thank you. Daniel, online.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Auckland Transport. My questions relate to renewals and also the contract in Takanini. 417, I can see why you want to dial that up, because that's less than we would want to be going. There's about 6,500 kilometres of roads in the Auckland region. When you say wanting to move that number up, how challenging would it be to get to between 600 and 650 kilometres per year as part of that program?
Yeah, I'd have to do the maths to find out exactly where we're heading, but we're hoping to move up to 8% of the road network, the sealed road network, resealed. We're measuring that on a square metre basis, because a kilometre measure doesn't take into account where you have 2 lanes or 1 lane. So yeah, we're committed to lifting that spend and that coverage. I can come back to you with exactly what the kilometre number will be in due course.
Okay, well, 8% would take us up to about 520 kilometres a year. Are you looking to do that within your existing budget, or how will that be achieved? Is that part of a resequencing, or that's quite it's quite ambitious. So how do you do that?
Yeah, so this is planned growth, and it's included in the current 3-year budget. There's been strong commitment from central government to invest in renewals in the roading space, and there's been strong commitment also from this council to match that funding. So for the next 3 years, we've got planned lift. I think it's 6.57, 7.5%, and then we hope to go to 8% in the due course. So that's baked into the 10-year plan. Obviously, we've only got 3 years of that funded. So that's planned.
Okay, and my other question there, that's resurfacing. What about road rehabilitation? Do you think you can get any movement on that, those full road reconstructions?
Yeah, so we're looking to improve full rehabilitations as well. We're not being funded from central government to the same level that NZTA is funding itself for rehabilitations. But we're looking to lift that, I think, close to 1%. We're currently, well, last year we were down at 0.1%. So a very small amount of the network was having a full rehabilitation, and we're looking to lift that up to 1% in due course.
Okay, thank you for your response to that, and I'd be very grateful for any more information you can provide me in slower time. really happy to hear of the awarding of the contract for the station overpasses in Takanini. Have you finalised the design for that?
So the design for the pedestrian bridges is finalised and will be moving through to construction. For the road bridges, the contract's been awarded for the design, so that will evolve in due course.
Okay. And when are you going to announce that?
Sorry, announce the design or?
Yeah, the design contract for the bridge, for the vehicular bridges.
Well, so as far as I'm aware, that's in the public realm.
Great.
And so we can share that name. I'd probably just need to double check with my team that before I mention names, but as far as I'm aware, it's publicly available.
Okay, that's good. And my final question is, the design, when do you anticipate the design will inform, so that you can start to go to a QS for the vehicular bridges themselves? I am very grateful to the work that AT is doing in relation to property acquisition. That's really hard. Concurrent to that, obviously needing to take design through to construction, and there's a lot of QS and consenting work to come in relation to that. So how long would the design work take to inform that next stage?
I think what might be easiest is to come back to you with, or I can even circulate a memo amongst this forum of the details of that contract, the timeframes and so on, so that everybody's on the same page. And I don't have the exact details at the top of my head now, but we can easily share that with you.
All right, thank you to the officers, and thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Daniel. Lotu?
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. My question is about the new program, the new Tap and Go or More Ways to Pay program, and I'm curious to see the difference it's made, and especially to our communities, like in my ward, that traditionally, haven't accessed public transport to the same degree as other parts of the city. Have you seen a significant uptake there, or are you able to comment on that? Kia ora.
Yeah, great question, thank you. Look, I think it's pretty even across the board. We have seen obviously more trends, particularly in weekends. There's a higher use of contactless in the weekends and on ferry services and on Waiheke itself. In terms of that, 60% of our customers actually use a concession. And so for children or Super Gold users or Community Connect customers, they all need that concession. So they will still use the AT Hot card. And so we're still seeing a steady increase, but one thing that sort of needs to come back around is keep on telling people that we have this available, because people forget and or don't know. That's definitely one gap we've seen in terms of people's knowledge about it, but it's definitely has taken down a barrier in terms of using public transport. And on that spontaneous decision to try public transport, it's taken away that barrier, which is absolutely what we needed.
Kia ora, thank you, and I want to commend your comms team as well, because you did a really good job of getting that whole messaging out. I mean, it was coming across everyone's Facebook feeds and TikToks, and I often hear my nieces and nephews talking about it, Tap and Go, and how you can just use your contactless, pay cards and that's also. Kia ora.
Thanks, Lotu. Richard?
Kia ora, thanks. Just a quick brief comment on Karanga Ahape. Thank you so much to Jane and Murray, the team, everyone, to get to a much, much better place and to have local board, business association, everyone on board. So that's great. The questions I have, so it's great, and I've had great feedback. The questions I have on bus reliability during, transport reliability in the main corridors like Oniwa. NZTA have a good program where there's an incident, they get police and towies and all sorts there really quickly, but we don't seem to have the same treatment for, say, Oniwa this week. It took almost 2 hours to clear a crash, and it's probably 30,000, 40,000 people affected. Are we thinking of ways to to have that similar approach if we can see it on the cameras, etc., to try and clear those massive corridors, because they can have the same or close as effect as, say, the Harbour Bridge, the same number of people.
So we definitely have access to the same eyes on the network as NZTA. They do have the advantage on the state highway network of shoulder lanes that they can run emergency vehicles down. But you can imagine Oniwa Road, and I know that you can, as can I, when that's at peak, there is no shoulder lane to run down, and so it's very, very difficult to get in. But notwithstanding that, I think that's a good challenge. What else can we do? And I'd like to take that back to the team. I had the same question about cars that are parked where it's a clear way and shouldn't be there, and sometimes it feels it takes too long for us to get those cleared and removed as well. And so that is a good challenge. How do we ensure that we align with our commitment that the roads are for movement, not for parking in, and that we minimise the disruption impact on that movement? So thank you.
Yeah, that would be good, a better system, because sometimes I just text John Strawbridge, which I know is the incorrect way to get a vehicle cleared, but it does get it cleared.
So do I, but still, yes, it's the incorrect way.
That is the incorrect way. The other question is, had a bit of, great that in a month we have some fantastic increases to bus services, but for some reason a lot of comments have been around bus driver behaviour incidents. Is there anything on your radar that actually shows there is an overwhelming issue with that, or is it just because they are large and there's so many of them that people seem to notice that there are more crashes or something? I know there's a lot of good driver training, but there's just this weird kind of vibe out there at the moment that buses are causing a lot of incidents. I don't know if that's correct or we've done any work on that, or...
Yeah, that's an awesome feedback, actually, and thank you for that. We're always looking at the data to see what's coming through, to see how we can work with operators and putting new measures in place in terms of on-road incident reportings and things like that, so we can actually measure them in terms of kilometres delivered. So we actually get a baseline in terms of driving behaviour and how that relates to training. So that's a constant work in progress. But are we seeing any sort of spike? I think no, I haven't seen any spike in the data. That doesn't mean it's not happening though. So I mean, the key thing is about having that reported so we understand what's being seen, and that customer feedback is really important for that. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Julie.
Kia ora, thanks. So I've got a few questions, Chair. First up, the safety staff. So if we could just go to that slide, that would be great. So really good to see this, and glad that you've picked up the challenge about putting it higher up the agenda, literally and metaphorically. Can I just ask that Safety Always logo, that seems new to me. Is that a new thing?
No, it's not, and Stacey's confirmed that it's not either. 22.
Okay. Great. Oh, well, it's good. I encourage you to be using that more. The crash data, can we just, that question that Councillor Henderson asked about the definition of serious injury, obviously it's top of mind for me at the moment. My understanding was that a serious injury was only one where there was permanent or long-term mobility impacts. So, for example, the injury I'm at home with, I should have a full recovery from, so it won't be covered in the SIs. So it took me quite a bit of Googling to try and work out what an SI actually was. So can we just have some confirmation on that? Not necessarily right now, but yeah, I guess I'm just thinking about, we had to start this meeting 15 minutes late this morning because I can't physically be there, for example. You need one more person for quorum, right, Chair? That would have normally been me. So, I'm quite keen that we are telling the story more about what the actual impacts of these accidents are. So do you have a response there? Sorry, because I can't see you. I can only see Andy in the slides. I don't know if you're nodding or if Teresa's come to the table. Sorry.
Julie, hi. So yeah, there are a couple of different definitions. Typically, it's if you go to hospital and are hospitalised maybe overnight. But what I would do is, because it's the CAS data is Waka Kotahi's, I'll get a really firm definition from there, and I can circulate that for you. Because there are multiple.
That would be great. Thanks.
Ones as well.
Yeah, because I did see some that it was, you know, as Dean said, but then when I sort of dug further, it seemed that it did seem to be. But let's get some clarity on that, because I think the other question that I have in this space, I'd like to see further. You know, you've said this one is more focused on the rail safety, and I think that's good and useful. I would love to see further, you know, if you're going to pick this up on a monthly basis and maybe rotate around some of those key issues, that would be great. And I'd like to understand better what the impact of accidents are on congestion on the network as well. What, you know, we often talk about other things and their impact on congestion, but I'd like to better understand the incidence of accidents. Yeah, that would capture the DSIs, but it would also capture other accidents as well, and how they contribute to congestion. So is that something that potentially we could get some data on for a future deep dive?
Yeah, that absolutely is. So we've got a piece of work underway at the minute, which is looking at the cost of crashes in Auckland and factored into that as productivity as well. So we'll be able to come back to you with more information.
Right, thank you. And then two completely different questions from each other and from safety. One is around the CRL readiness, and I know we had a presentation, I think it was last month, about CRL readiness and acknowledging it's in that transfer space where you guys are sort of coming in around that timetabling and what it's actually going to look like in operation. So it may be too early for this question, so tell me if it is. What I want to know is how Auckland Transport is involved in making sure that the different stakeholders who have a strong interest in getting the timetabling right, how they're being involved. Is AT involved in that process yet, or is that being led by a different agency?
Yeah, good question. Look, we're leading that process because we've got to make it work with the wider network and integrate it into the transport network. So we're definitely leading that process. There's a lot of factors and things that need to be understood between the rail partners. So from an operator perspective versus a Kiwi Rail perspective, and how that runs in correlation to freight movements, etc. So that's all being worked through. It's quite progressed, but there's still work to be done there to get it refined.
Oh, and so with supplementary to that, what's the level of involvement? Is there a relationship for AT with the workers who are going to be staffing these timetables? Are the union, are they talking directly to AT? Are they coming through one of the employers? How is that working? Because I'm hearing some concerns that the timetabling may not be practical from a worker's perspective.
Absolutely, the unions are being involved, or delegates are being involved at this point with Auckland One Rail. So in terms of that, obviously it goes through quite an in-depth process, both from a timetable perspective, then through to a rostering perspective. And that's where it highlights in terms of some of those things that don't work from a workforce management perspective that need to be worked through. So they're in that process now in terms of understanding what they are, and then before it sort of gets finalised, there's of course conversations in terms of with representative unions to understand that better and what impacts, and then refinements from there. So before it is finalised, all that is washed through very, very thoroughly to make sure that when we get to that stage where we're going to push a button and go, and then it's got to go through a roster change process, which is a minimum sort of 6 weeks, that there's no impediment to do so. Yeah.
Great. Okay, that's really good to hear. My final question, Chair, is something else again, which is the embodied carbon stuff around the concrete. That's really exciting. Some years ago, I was aware of a project that a student at Unitec, I think, did, where they identified driveways as a potential site that we could, and obviously we don't build or control driveways, but my question is really for higher permeability, lower carbon, all of that kind of stuff. You know, a lot of concrete in the city is used for driveways, right? So what I'm curious about is the relationship between the low carbon stuff and permeability, because obviously we have a broader interest in that, but also how use of it by AT, by those big agencies that you're talking about, might be able to filter out into the market as well, in terms of people being able to make those choices. when they're redoing their driveway or building a new home or whatever outside of the big players. So that might be something to come back on, but yeah, interested in whether there's been some thinking about how that might drive higher uptake in the broader market outside of those big players.
Yeah, sure, thanks for the question. The practice note that Auckland Transport's prepared is available for anyone else in the market to use. And we see ourselves as a industry leader because we're a significant buyer of concrete in the market. So this will require a change right throughout the supply chain in terms of the people laying concrete and so on. But we believe that we can lead that change together with some of the other big players. So our hope very much is that this gets adopted at the smaller level for driveways and so on. So yeah, absolutely. There's great opportunity.
Cool. And does the practice note cover off the permeability aspect? Because I'd be keen to, I'm happy to just read it, but is that something that's included, or is that just something that's sort of by the, not part of the low carbon aspect?
Permeability is a different concept.
Yes.
It's to do with the fines content in the concrete and holes in it. That's not covered with this current practice note, but permeable concrete is absolutely a material that we can use in appropriate places, yes.
Great. Thanks very much, Chair. That's me.
Thank you. No other questions other than me, Murray, on that concrete issue, and I know it's wholesome doing it. Did they engage with New Zealand Steel, who are a significant producer and supplier of slag products and would reduce the carbon even more, and also allowed backloading because there are other products that they use that come into the port?
So just to be clear, the practice note is not favouring any particular supply chain, and our understanding is that all the major cement suppliers in Auckland can meet the requirements of this practice note. They're definitely looking at opportunities for supply chain sourcing within New Zealand, but for the volumes required, offshore sourcing is definitely will be part of the supply chain.
Okay, thank you. No other questions, so thank you, team. Good work with 45 minutes. It's a bit of a record, I reckon, so you can step back before we tempt fate. Okay, so any comments or debate on this? None, excellent. We'll move right along. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Will those in favour say aye? Aye. And against? Carried. Thank you. Wonderful work. 45 minutes for an Auckland Transport update. That is quite exceptional. So we're going to take a break now. We will take 30 minutes. So we'll be back here 1:05 and be ready to roll into the ferry update. Thank you. 5 past, 6 past, shocking. So we're going to reconvene, and next up is the ferry update. So Murray and Stacey, welcome, and let's get into it.
Thank you, Chair. As requested by the Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee, what we thought we would do today is provide a wholesome update in terms of the current state of the ferry services, and of course in terms of the fleet, what's coming, what's yet to come, and some of those challenges that we're sort of facing along the way. So in terms of ferry customer satisfaction, after obviously a substantial dip that we had with the ferry skipper shortage, we have now reached record in terms of satisfaction from our ferry users earlier this year, which was really good. Obviously it was a huge decline, and I don't think I've ever seen ferries dip so low before, but it's good to see that it's actually rebound has happened and that services are reliable and frequent, albeit we had quite a disruptive couple of weeks with weather events, and that has substantially impacted some of the reliability of our services. We're continuing to enhance some of those offerings for our customers in terms of, particularly with disruptions management and the communication with that. There's been a lot more in terms of overhead speaker announcements to customers if there's disruptions. Fog's a good example of that last week. We also have an AT mobile. We have a train line status. We've sort of mimicked that in terms of a ferry status as well, so that customers can see easily what the current state of their service is at a quick glance, and if there's any disruptions planned there. We have live ferry tracking on the way, so transponders are being fitted to vessels in order to be able to track them in real time via AT mobile, just like you can your bus or your train. And same with the notifications we talked about. We are monitoring those crew numbers, making sure we're not getting into the same scenario that got bad in 23 and resulted in the substantial degradation to the service that we had. In terms of our contracts and the contracting environment, the Western package, which is the 4 routes currently in market as one tender package, went out early this month. That's Bayswater, Birkenhead, Te Onawa, Northcote Point, Rakino and West Harbour. And of course, we will be looking to see what we're going to do with Gulf Harbour in 26 to make sure that we have a solution going forward. So we have further planned improvements, larger capacity ferries in Hobsonville Point and Pine Harbour in response to the growing demand. And then of course we've got the low emission fleet introduction to Devonport and Half Moon Bay. We've got some ongoing commercial challenges with Fullers that we're managing and sort of working through to make sure that we keep ferry services operating as specified and keep that service available for our customers. In terms of the ferry fleet renewal, we have 4 diesel vessels refitted in operation. They were completed in 23 and 24, so that was a transfer of assets from the operator to AT before refurbishment. We have 2 fully electric 200 passengers under construction, and they're due for handover in 2025. And then we have the 2 diesel electric hybrid, the 300 passenger ferries under construction, which are due to handover, one in 2025 and the other one in 2026. We have the ferry charge installation at Half Moon Bay and the commissioning underway of that asset, so that's well advanced. And we have the ferry charger installation at Downtown, and the resource consent has been granted for that. Important to note, while some of those ferries are being handed over this year, there's quite an extensive process for commissioning and operationalising of those assets, and obviously to get the credentials they need in order to be able for safe operations. Near-term renewals, in terms of obviously the Western package in Pine Harbour, we're seeking reliable operator-provided fleet for that tender, so that's currently in market now. And cross-route AT boards have given our support to engage with funders. That happened a couple of weeks ago to procure at least 3 modern diesel vessels to provide network resilience while low-emission vessels continue to be introduced. That's obviously in response to reduced funding that we've had and those constraints, but also in terms of giving time to onboard these new assets and get the trust and confidence in how they work across our network. We do need to do that now. Why do we need to do that now? Is because due to the ferry program portfolio in terms of their fleet cycle, we have more aged vessels coming to the end of life, and so we need to be able to be in a position in 2028 to be able to replace those assets with a viable option that provides that resilience to the Auckland network. It's not so much an electric ferry versus diesel ferry conversation, it's do we want those services operating or not, and that's the position we need to overcome in the coming months. Key opportunities, playing catch up with the ageing fleet to improve that network reliability. I think we've talked here previously about what we would call interoperability across our ferry network, so making sure that we have a vessel design that can go to different sites rather than only fit one sort of wharf or infrastructure, to make sure that we have better interoperability of those assets. It's really important in ongoing stability of the network, but also to manage growth. Replacing and refitting vessels before they reach the end of life and become unreliable. There's a program there to support that. Increasing fleet capacity, and then of course the stage introduction of the modern technology and securing more funding so we can continue that journey. So next steps over the coming months, we have to complete the procurement for Bayswater, Birkenhead, Northcote, Rakino and West Harbour. And there has been good interest in that, and we're reviewing the fullest contract to ensure alignment to the ferry program and direction going forward as well. So there's a lot happening in that space. And milestones ahead, we have the Half Moon Bay charger commissioning that's planned actually for later this month. And we have the first charging test of EV maritime vessel in July as well. And then delivery of the first Devonport hybrid vessel to Auckland in September. That's indicative. Of course, that's not when it will be providing passenger services, but then that's when it will be going into further testing and commissioning of that vessel. We, of course, do want to have extensive, what I would call review and understanding the data and capabilities of the vessel once they do get into operations. It's going to be important in order to be able to bring the trust and confidence to the program and how we procure going forth. We know that there's lots of different opinions on these things, so making sure that we're robust with that information management and gathering that so we can share it back to help the confidence in terms of the future of the program. In terms of making sure that we have that longevity view, it is about maintaining that momentum with the program, making sure that we have that forward view with our assets and managing them appropriately so that we get to the next horizon in terms of the contracting model, that we have a cohesive, resilient, reliable fleet with interoperable infrastructure so that we're providing that long-term view for Auckland. Because ferry, quite frankly, has been probably the most challenged of the modes. It's been the least invested in, and we've done a lot in bus, we've done a lot in train, and so it's ferry's day. And so making sure we continue that. Being a harbour city, we want to have good, reliable, resilient ferry services for Auckland. So happy to take questions, Chair.
Thank you, Stacey. So first question from Wayne.
Got a few questions, Mr. Chair. I take an interest with my fellow councillor in ferries because we have a number of locations, 3 locations in the ward where there are ferry terminals, Gulf Harbour, Hobsonville and West Park, effectively. So the first question I've got is I'm just looking at the PowerPoint and I see the ferry service contracts mentioned in future improvements, but I don't see any mention of the Gulf Harbour run. I may be mistaken there. I'm just looking at the... It was mentioned? Okay. The other question I've got just goes to earlier questions that I've asked, where I've sought information on the costs of the ferries that are being built. That's the 2 fully electric ferries and the 2 diesel hybrid ferries, diesel-electric ferries. So I don't see those costs. The information that I've sought is information around the capital cost, and any cost overruns, and in addition to that, what the likely operational cost is. Is it possible to have that information? Because I'm assuming that there's been a great deal of diligence and that information is to hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually think we've already provided that at one of the last meetings in terms of the vessel program costs.
If that's not clear, then we can provide that information, absolutely.
In terms of the operating costs, one thing that is probably important for the committee to understand and why we're sort of going down the path in terms of modern diesels for the next 3 is we're in a situation with the contract and the environment we're in where we need to have particular fleet replaced at particular points in time, and that's embedded into the contract. So if we have delays, if we have consequential delays of that, there is considerable OPEX challenges because you need more operating costs to keep old vessels going than you do new ones. Yeah, so delays hurt us. We've had delays with the new technology, which is understandable, which have had OPEX impacts for us. So with a newer fleet, obviously those operational expenses do come down. So there's benefit to us to be doing this from an ongoing OPEX perspective as well.
Okay. The other question I've got is it would be very useful, and I have made reference to this question before, to have a comparison between the ferries that are being delivered in respect of their capital cost and their operational performance, and the ferries that we know can be built now that I understand cost, 1, significantly less in terms of capital, and 2, are functionally and operationally much better. And I'm referring to ferries that 1, are light, so they're composite, 2, they're relatively fast, 26, 27 knots, so they foil, 3, that makes them seaworthy, 4, that makes them incredibly fuel efficient, and if they're capable of being retrofitted to full electric, which is my understanding, then you've got a design that's far superior to those that I understand are going to be put in the water. So is it possible to have some information around that? Because I note in the report that it discusses renewing the ageing ferry fleet and that we're in the process of a program of fleet renewal. So I'm making the assumption that we're vitally interested in operational efficiency and cost, especially for long runs like Gulf Harbour, Half Moon Bay. Is it possible to have that analysis?
I understand that actually a program manager has met with you and gone through the fleet specifications in detail. If you believe that we have unfairly minimised in terms of what your query was, then absolutely happy to provide more information on that. I'm well aware there's other fleet types out there, and we have had unsolicited proposals in terms of different fleet, which we are looking at and working with different operators on in terms of helping them understand specification infrastructures to make sure, go back to the point on interoperability, that we need to make sure that we have that resilient aspect built into how we deliver ferry services. So it's not one particular route, they can deliver multiple routes, so if something's down you can replace it with another one and not have the issues that we've had. Yeah, and so absolutely open to that.
So just in response, Mr. Chair, yes, I have a fairly clear understanding as best I can of the vessels that are being delivered and the consequences that myself and others have real concerns around the operational efficiency and cost of those vehicles. The critical question I'm asking is around better technology, smarter technology, and can we have a report on that? Because if we're going to have runs that are successful, especially like the Gulf Harbour run, they need to be economical, they need to be faster than what they are now and more reliable. So can we get some form of reporting on that?
Yeah, let me take that back with the team, with the program team, and we will work with you in terms of what you would like to see and in terms of the level of information. And
my other question just around the costs of the vessels that are underway?
Yes, Murray said he is going to provide that for you.
Okay, it'd be great if that could come to a future meeting rather than just to me so that everyone's got it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Shane.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just a little bit confused around timeframes here because look, the questions I'm going to ask are referring to the letter that we received from the Chair of AT, I don't know if he wants to be involved in the conversation or not, but I'll put them and we'll see how we go. So we've been told the ferries need to be kind of ready to go by 2028, if I've got that right. But in the letter it says they'll be needed by the early 2030s. So I'm just confused at the disparity. Can I confirm when we are absolutely necessary to get these things renewed?
It is late 2028 to 2030 in terms of that time frame. Yeah, so the team have managed to come to an agreement with Fuller's to be able to have some fleet overlay with that, because of course they were planning to do certain things with their own vessels in light of our fleet replacement schedule, which is what you would expect in terms of end of life assets and making sure we have that resilience for growth. Just take into consideration we've got to manage growth too. That doesn't consider growth. Yeah, and to be ahead of that curve so we don't have the issues we've had, yeah, we need to make sure that we start having them in the water earlier.
Yeah, thanks for that advice, because I think the reticence is we don't want to lock in further emissions, 25 years of life on a diesel, unless we absolutely have to. So the advice that I'm getting is really is confirming. So can I also confirm we aren't renewing the ferry fleet with diesels paid from CATA? And can I just confirm the funding line?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And no, we're not using CATA funding to be able to do that. And so also a key point that is important to understand is while they are diesel vessels, they're modern diesel vessels, so there's still a substantial benefit to us doing this from an emissions perspective. Yeah, it's quite substantial. So, I mean, it'll be a 30% reduction in NOx, 83% reduction in SOx, and then from a particulate matter perspective is a 60% reduction. Based on the aged fleet we have today, replacing them with a modern diesel, we still get a good benefit. Obviously, we want to do better than that going forth, but it still provides that benefit. The other benefit to us doing this way is making sure that we have assets that are fit for purpose for longer routes as well, from a resilience perspective. That's important. So, you know, full electric technology is not necessarily at the point where there'll be trust and confidence to manage those longer ferry routes. And so that's important that we still maintain some diesels in our fleet until a point in time where this technology does have that confidence to be able to do that.
I'm just trying to phrase my sort of final question, I think, that the concern that I have is that we've made a really clear vote and an expectation here around electric ferries, which an AT board decision has then made a decision that is contrary to that. So I don't know what to do with that question. I'd invite some comments to that, and I wonder if the chair does want to weigh in on that or anything.
Yeah, thank you for that, councillor. I understand that too, in terms of the perceptions or the perceived us changing in terms of that. The fact remains that the GPS changed, and we've had to adjust with it. If there was more funding abundant in terms of coming forward to do this, then we could do things differently, but there's not, yeah? And okay. So we are trying to do the best with what we've got. These vessels are considerably more cost effective from a build perspective, from a CapEx perspective, so we can still plan and make sure we meet our vessel profile. Yeah.
Okay, that sort of prompted one more last question, if that's okay, Chair. How do we... Sorry, oh, thank you. Sorry, yes, thanks.
I'll make a quick comment, is that unfortunately it does come down to dollars and safeguarding, because if we have a ferry out, that'll have a terrible consumer reaction response and potentially lose confidence in the overall ferry network. B, it'll mean for a lot of people they'll hop on their cars. So it's not what we see as the end game by any means. And what we have said in the requirement or the spec is that these things need to be able to be certified in Australia, because we don't envisage holding them through to end of life. Yeah. They are a stopgap.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Just one last question then. We've talked a lot about the CapEx cost. What about the OpEx cost? Because is there a comparison between operating the electrics versus the new diesels coming online? What's the difference there?
I don't have the numbers in front of me. But, I mean, from an operating cost, they will be slightly more expensive, of course, but they'll be significantly cheaper than the fleet we have today, just due to the modern technology in terms of that we'll be operating on them.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
John?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Stacey, and I agree entirely with your observation that the ferry fleets have been the poor relations for decades, and if you look at the age of a number of them, 14 years, 29 years, 29, 29, 30, there's a list of all 31, 32, 29. They've been around for a while. I don't doubt if there's too many buses of that age that are around. And I agree with the turnaround, where things are looking a lot more optimistic, and so some of the services are now running a lot more reliably, and the patronage is coming back. I know it's not something that's done overnight; it's a slow build. So, concur absolutely that there's been some really promising progress there. My questions, however, just go to two aspects of your presentation. The first one is to do with the operator procurement, and there's a number out there, and I'm probably thinking of the Western package in particular. Obviously, and I wonder to what extent the track record of existing operators come in. So, for instance, through all that disruption, I know there were some operators who were near flawless, like there literally wasn't a single complaint, as we're having all that trouble. So, to what extent is that sort of on the ground, performance kind of built into your view of then how things progress forward with these packages?
Well, yeah, those qualitative criteria aspects are essential, and they're built into how the process is run and how they're measured in terms of that. So absolutely, the skills and capabilities, and of course, past performance obviously is a good determinant of how it's going to go ahead. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I like to hear that. The other one goes to the fleet replacement, and I'm assuming the ongoing fleet replacement is largely of the fuller stable of ferries. Is it? Yeah. Okay. So, my colleague alluded to it, but it seems to me, certainly after 20, 30 years, some of that, and given New Zealand's expertise, that there's some really exciting prospects out there. Anecdotally, we come across things of people who are actually out there, building these things, and when you look at all their specs, they seem to be, light years ahead of what we've got now in terms of speed, shortening the commute time, fuel efficiency, etc., etc. I'm kind of interested to know if, given that quite exciting kind of product that's available, is there any sort of evolutions even since, the big disruptions that could feed into the choice of ferry? So, for instance, what I notice on some of the ferry runs I've experienced on is that, the people's travel habits are changing. They're going out at different times in the day. There's maybe the overall patronage numbers are the same, but the smaller numbers of people actually on board the ferry, and there's a big growth in weekends for those that have weekend services. Are we going to factor in those what seem to be a new world in terms of patronage and travel and all the rest of it? Is that getting fed into maybe what type of ferry we'll be looking at in terms of numbers that are on board, and I guess cost, because I suppose there's an operational benefit to to smaller numbers in terms of manning and being able to do more routes and that. So, A, am I right in saying there have been some quite noticeable changes, and B, are they sort of able to be kind of factored into the choice of craft now going forward?
Yeah, no, they're great questions. And so we have put a number of boat builders and the likes that have approached us onto our operators too when it comes to the likes of the Western package, for different fleet considerations. What we've seen with Ferry, and you're right, Councillor, I know I shared some information with you on Gulf Harbour, right, in terms of, you can see there's a real strong off-peak pattern, just after the 9 a.m. And so people are using things differently. I mean, public transport too has changed considerably on weekends. There's a lot more people using weekend services, which is great, yeah. And Ferry has struggled to get back to pre-COVID, and it's not there yet. And I think that's in terms of the nature of ferry services as a point-to-point environment. And so if you're not have any intensification happening in it, you're not putting more people there, right? So you don't have more people travelling. And so if you've got the same amount of people, but they're travelling less because they're working from home part of the time, your overall patronage is going to stay less in terms of that. And that's one thing, obviously, we need to consider, and with frequency of services, etc. as well. So there has been some flexibility built into the recent procurement. I do have Neil here, who might want to answer some more in-depth questions on that, but making sure we do have that flexibility and actually giving the operator some ability to help with that specification is important. Yeah.
One quick one, Mr. Chair, and that goes to the comparison going forward of the ferry mode of transport to other alternatives. So I think, of the increasing congestion, and even with new roading developments coming on, all the modelling shows that, and I think David Warburton said this years ago, despite the billions going in, things are actually going to get slower. You just can't keep up with the sheer population growth. So obviously with improved type of craft and what's happening elsewhere in the network, inevitably, the ferry's going to be the only mode that gets faster and more convenient, isn't it? Because it's not going to have it doesn't have any competition on the sea other than the occasional swimmer or windsurfer. Yeah, so that, looking forward, that's going to be quite a marked change when you apply that to other PT and certainly the private vehicle.
Yep, absolutely right. And we've seen quite a change, like in Pine Harbour's probably been the fastest growing service in more recent years. And that's because there is no viable alternative from an on-road perspective for that community. Yeah, you can use the ferry and get to Central 40-45 minutes versus an hour and a half in the car. Yeah, so there's definite need and requirement for the ferry network, and as particularly that community is a good example, a growing community too, where there is more housing out there being built. That will be the most, what I would call, viable way to get in centrally and connected. Yeah.
Thanks, John. Richard?
Kia ora, thank you. Yeah, great to see the improvements, especially around the work that we did, Chris and I, with Minister Michael Wood in the past and stuff, with you all on getting those skippers in. That was pretty stressful a couple of years ago. So just on the ferries again, so great to hear it's not being funded by Qatar, but I'm still a little bit confused about what exactly the direction is when 70%, it was announced this year, 70% of all new ferries worldwide on order are electric. When New South Wales have announced that Sydney will have a fully electric fleet in early 2030s, are we British Columbia, I can name them all, Seattle, are we suddenly going to be the last China? I think they've got 200 ships, not ferries, but heading to electric. Are we going to be the odd one out? Because as far as I can see, the future is electric in the space, especially in the inner harbour.
No, I actually think we're quite far ahead in terms of our electrification journey. That was one of my takeaways from talking to international peers recently. Whether it's bus or ferry, I think we're doing really well. Yeah, and so I don't think we're behind. I think we're ahead in terms of many of our peers, and I think we need to build trust and confidence in the technology locally. Not everybody has overjoyed about our electric ferries. We need to be honest about that, yeah? And so I think having that time to be able to understand them, get the data, see them working and operating is going to get more wins in support for the program. And it is absolutely our intention to continue that. But I think we do need to make sure that we're doing the right thing by Auckland and providing that value for money and making good spending decisions. And by doing this, we're making sure we have that resilience in the system to be able to do that. And that's really important, because if we got to that time period and we didn't have the fleet available and we had to reduce services, that would be really undesirable for everybody here today for us to be in that position.
Yeah, I guess I'm just confused at what doing this is. I'm not 100% sure on what decision has been made. How, are we putting out to tender more electric ferries? I know you say the GPS has changed, but actually all the evidence is that servicing requirements drop away, the operating is like 50 to 60% cheaper. So how are we not putting... I'm just confused of what decision has been made. What are we locked into? Are we only going to be buying diesel ferries? Because that's what the letter...
Yeah, no, absolutely not. So what was agreed by our board was to progress the conversation with funders, and as our chair said, that was on the caveat that we actually built to a specification that we could then on-sell, if that was the case. We're in a position where we had limited funds. We need to use that money wisely, make good spending decisions, and get through this next period so we have the trust and confidence in our technology as well, that we can then obviously continue our program. We're still going to be building electric fleet. That is our plan, but we've got to get the funding to do that. And we need to be on the journey, make sure we have the right information to be able to do that. Right now, we can say they're going to save all this money, but there's a lot of unknowns because we haven't done this before. It's not unlike what we did with buses. So when we started out our electric bus transition, we bought a couple of buses ourselves. We got operators to run them, we collected the data, and therefore gave them the trust and confidence in the technology to actually start building them themselves, or buying them themselves for their own fleet. It's not dissimilar to that, yeah? And so, do we really want to be buying more diesel fleet? No, that was definitely not the start goal with the program, but it's the position we're in now, and actually it's the right decision in order to be able to provide the resilience to the network and use the limited funds we have to make sure that we can continue to provide viable services to Aucklanders. Yeah.
Okay, but I remember the decision because in 2021 we made a call to never buy a diesel bus again, and I know there was a lot of nervous minds, but we, early next year, will be at 450 buses, and you guys the bus companies are now buying their own without our support. So I guess my question is, A, are we including thoughts of, someone else can buy them, but if everyone is, by the sounds of it, if you look at all the worldwide figures moving to electric, will anyone want our half-used diesel fleet? And the other is, have we factored in things like the ETS? The government want to lean harder into pricing the ETS, so we're going to have ferry fares going through the roof with oil prices and the ETS on top of...
Well, we've definitely looked at resellable markets. There's a buoyant market for that, so we've made sure of that in terms of it. Back to the bus conversation. Yes, we made that decision in 2021 and our board signed off on it. That was after 3 years of trials, yeah? And so we had to get to that point where we had a low emissions bus roadmap, got to a certain point where we had enough data, enough confidence, the assets had been used well and extensively to give that confidence to be able to make that decision, yeah.
Chair, it might be more for a workshop because I'm finding it hard to understand exactly what decision have been made, funding has been made. Like, I'm not 100% sure from Stacey gives me screeds of information all the time, so I trust her every word, but I just don't really understand what the funding is and isn't, and what, are we talking still the 6 to 7 that were locked into the Qatar? Do we need to reconsult? All those types of things that might be good for a workshop on this, or I'm happy to meet with Stacey on my own or something.
I think the second option is the one that is probably more worthwhile, and so let you pursue in your own time the information that you are wanting. Mayor Brown?
Thank you for that. It's interesting when you say that the future is electricity of the future is probably hydrofoils, actually. That's something that we do pretty well here, but that wasn't my question. A good way of checking all forms of public transport is what is the subsidy that we're going to have per passenger on each route, whether it's, and so, because it's got to compare with buses, and we subsidise those that are around about 30%, I think, I'm not quite sure. So what is the subsidy per route for the ferries now and under the new ferries? You probably can't answer that now, but I would like to have that. And within the ferries themselves, there are routes like to an island where there isn't an option, but there's routes like to Half Moon Bay where you can actually catch a bus as well. It's not actually an island. And so we might have to look at some of our things and say just exactly how fair or unfair some of these subsidies are. So subsidy is a very good measure of the questions you've been asked about capital cost and operating cost. It's the ultimate cost, really. And is the ultimate cost being met to what level? And when we started poking around amongst the museums and other bits and pieces, they all looked about the same, except in Motet, somehow or other, it's $80 subsidy to go and look at a bloody old tractor, which does surprise me a bit. So can we have that at some stage? If not now, I'd like to have that in next month's presentation, if I could. The subsidy per route, new, and in the future, as it stands, and what you're expecting. You must have some idea. I know it's hard to get exactly right for the future, but I'm sure you have, and I know you...
Yes, we do, Mayor, absolutely. And I think we presented that, gosh, it might have been earlier this year or end of last year, we did the subsidy information. We can do that again, of course.
Thank you, yeah, good on you. And you do answer questions, I like that, thank you.
Thank you. Lord Mayor of Half Moon Bay, Morris.
No, thank you very much for the elevation and status. Stacey, one of the things I've always grappled with in the past is if you're looking at fleet replacements, not in this job, but in other boards I've been on, there seems to be just such a multitude of factors that are hard to compare each one. So if I'm looking at the ferry fleets and which ones you're going to buy and which ones you're going to operate, of course, you might buy the least expensive in terms of capital expenditure, and the thing is a dog for the rest of its life and costs you a fortune to run and breaks down, has no residual life. So CapEx is not it. The one that's better to operate might be better, but that can change. The lifespan of the device and what its depreciation rates are. If you've got an electric ferry, but you've got to replace the lithium batteries every so many years, and they're the main cost in the damn thing, it might be that you've got a cheap starting price, and then over the life, so that total cost of ownership starts to bring it home. There are all sorts of other things, like the support infrastructure that you need to build, and per unit, it then changes. If you're only going to build all of that amazing shoreside stuff and have one electric ferry coming in, the cost per unit is just crippling. But if the whole lot are coming in, the per unit cost drop dramatically and is worthwhile. The next one I've got is to do with, I don't know how you quantize emissions versus dollars, because when people like Richard wants to have electric ferries, he wants it so that emissions are lower. But if you've got a really high spec, low emissions diesel, how do you say, well, this one's got less emissions, but it costs us much more? What's the measure that balances it? You try to compare apples with tomatoes, really. The next one is to do with the actual energy sources and the security of supply. You know, who knows what the world will happen with fossil fuels, but who also knows what's going to happen to electricity prices? If you listen to the whiz kids out there, they suggest our electricity price is just going to keep going up and going up and going up. And so I get to a point where I try to go back and look at previous boards' decision to buy the electric ferries, and I've been unable to construct that big multi-dimension matrix that made me decide which was the right decision. And I would have thought that everyone around this table would benefit from a little bit of work that sort of canvassed each of those factors within the decision making, because we cop it, I certainly do, from people saying, you've overpaid for the bloody electric ferries, they're a big expense and they're not valuable. And I don't know how to answer why that's not true. And the moment you give us sort of a quite a small answer, oh, well, it's cheaper to run or something. They then bring in the factors of the depreciation, and they bring in the facts of the emissions versus the cost of running, and they bring in the supply, energy supply. And if you're getting all your electricity from a coal burning fire station, then you're not actually getting lower emissions, you're just getting them somewhere else and transferring it. I just wonder if it's possible, and I know this is going to be hard, but I would have thought bringing back to this committee at some stage a reasonably in-depth analysis of what those decision-making points are that lead you to the point at the end of it you get, therefore, ferries win, but only if you do 70% of the fleet. Anything less than that, the cost per unit infrastructure of supporting them and so on makes it more cheaper to go with the efficient diesel fuel. Because if I had to sit an exam on some of those questions right now, I'd get a D-, because I don't know how those all interacting levers work. And I'd like to know better about that so I could actually say to people, well, you're wrong. Yes, they are more expensive in the capital expenditure, but here, and here. And in terms of the reliability, the value that you're going to get in terms of when you're selling the damn thing, because you're talking about getting them registered for the Australian market, that's important. If you can sell them at the end of a certain period of lifetime, that comes into the total cost of ownership. So I'm not specifically asking you exactly. I'd be happy to sit down and draw out on a piece of paper what I think the components of that matrix would look like and then try to get some. Some of it may be so commercially sensitive, I don't know whether you can let that go, because people are selling you boats don't want to have what their unit costs are and so on. But I maybe I've just got a small brain, but I don't know how to answer specifically all the components that say which is the best of those options.
And I think that's fair. And I mean, so from a cost basis, they over 25 years comes out the same, roughly the same, yeah, between a diesel and an electric boat. I think the thing is there's a lot of variables to that, yeah, in terms of what route you're running on, etc., cost of diesel, cost of electricity, fluctuations over time, etc. It comes down to obviously what the broader outcome is you're seeking as well, in terms of if you want to achieve a low emissions network. You know, that's got to be...
I missed one factor. I should have written it all down. One of the other factors when I've been involved in this was sort of elasticity components. If fuel goes up 5%, your costs might go 30%. But if electricity goes up 5%, your costs might only go up 2%. Yes, that's fine. And I don't know where the elasticity of the operational lies as well with regards to the... So all of those, if you then had a series of levers you could play with, you finally get to the optimal outcome and say, there it is, 75%, we go electric, we've got all the onshore stuff covered. But I think there's too many people asking me all the time. I've got people who are building boats and that saying, oh, you've been bloody sucked in with a shocking price, you're overpaying, you're being bloody creamed by these guys. And I don't know how to argue that that's wrong, and I'm not sure there's enough of us around this table, maybe there are, that actually can sit down into that level of detail and answer it. I think it'd be helpful if we got ourselves to a briefing that wasn't a little bit like this is more about where we're going and what we've got and what's coming to the end. I think a little bit more of an analytical briefing about what it's worth to do these following options, and therefore option C comes out the best at the end.
Agreed. Okay, no further questions. Someone like to move? Oh, thank you, Christine. Seconder. Wayne, well done. Thank you, team. Well, you can move back. So comment, Shane.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. And thanks to staff, really difficult questions, and thanks for your advice. My issue is that we're passing a vote here, we've already passed a vote, actually, giving really clear direction on what we want the council family to do. That's still on the books, that hasn't been defeated, it's still there. And I'm reading in the letter that we received that the AT board have already made a decision against our clear wishes. Now, we've got explanations about the cost. We've got explanations about the GPS. We've got explanations about the stopgap nature of it, right? But that doesn't change that fact. It explains some of the behaviour. It doesn't change that our clear direction has been defeated. And I don't like that. I don't know how to give a vote to that, but I don't like it. And there wouldn't be a conflict here if there was consultation first. So coming to us and saying, hey, hang on, GPS says this is not going to get funded, so actually it's going to cost way more than you thought. So do you guys want to do this, or do you want to reprioritise? That's a mature conversation that we can have as governors. That didn't happen. I think that Councillor Williamson made a fantastic point around emissions versus dollars, actually. I would love to have that conversation too. We didn't have that as part of this decision either. There was no advice given on that. I actually don't know how much even the ballpark costs are, because we weren't given that information either. It just happened, and then it was brought to us. And we've got a motion here to receive the Ferry program update. Okay, how do I give a voice democratically to the residents that put me here, and people that didn't, that actually want us to follow through with what we said we'd do, irrespective of the costs, because I don't even know what they are? I have no option to do that. Voting against receiving a report is a bit silly, right? So what do you do? I don't know, and it frustrates me a lot. To be honest, I think it is anti-democratic. I'm not trying to ignore financial reality here. If we're being fleeced or if we can't afford it, that's a GPS issue, and we should provide that feedback back, and we do all the time, saying, government, you probably should have paid for this. But you know, here's where we are, and I feel, again, a bit disempowered as a councillor and feel like my democratic responsibilities are not fully being discharged. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Wayne?
Just a quick point to consolidate my earlier comment, and one, that is real concern around the ferries that are being built, and that's on the basis of information that I receive from multiple parties, designers, builders and others, people that understand batteries, hybrids, the additional cost of having 2 engines in a boat, which makes it heavier in the water and less efficient, and the information I receive from companies that are able to build better, more functional, more operationally efficient, more weatherable ferries that are more economical to run, and that's highly relevant for runs like Gulf Harbour. And I take the Mayor's point around making a comparison with buses and the like, but the real issue is making the comparison with the best ferries that can operate, that are customised for particular runs. And we don't have that information. I'm asking for it, people in the community are asking for it, and companies are telling me that they have the designs ready now, and one of them is on my desk, and they can build something within 15 months and have it on the water. So there's some immediacy around this, because in communities like Whangaproa, when you're on the bus, you're stuck in the traffic. The bus is no advantage. It's much, much longer, whereas the water is free, and its advantage is improving all the time, especially with electrification. So that's my concern. I'd really like to have this information earlier rather than later. It's the same sort of information that Councillor Williamson is asking for on the AT board. And the government should have it, because a substantial sum of money for the 2 electric ferries being built came from the government.
Thank you. Ken?
Thank you. I was really impressed with what I heard from Auckland Transport just now. I was really impressed with the sort of suck and see kind of approach. That's the sort of approach as a tradie I have. I've been put here by people who, as far as I understand, the people who put me here to reverse some of the things that were brought into by this council some time ago. But the process in this place kind of goes on forever. And Auckland Transport have been given the job to deliver for us, and we all keep screaming, deliver, deliver, deliver. I was impressed that they are trying to deliver, trying to be sensible, and trying to balance the real world problems they've got in front of us that lots of times we don't help with. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
John?
Just a couple of points.
Councillor Henderson, makes a number of valid observations there, but I would say that this change in direction, if you can call it that, has been signalled by Auckland Transport on a number of occasions leading up to today. So there's been any number of meetings where the kind of practicalities of the situation have been spelled out, and I think it's important just to quantify them. I'm certainly familiar with the Ikariri down in Wellington, which has been going for, 2 years now, the only electric ferry in the Southern Hemisphere. It's a beautiful ride, and the manufacturers have been up and talked to Auckland Transport. So we do have expertise in New Zealand, and certainly in the case of that vessel, a very successful run across to today's bay. However, I think it's important to realise that the modern diesel-powered technology is a quantum improvement on the 25, 30-year-old ferries that we've got. And I think what's also useful to know about some of the manufacturers, their craft are being produced and designed with future electric power conversion taken into consideration, okay? And if you do talk to the experts in the field, there are issues, and I think our current build has probably come across a few of those, where there is really something to be said for allowing the technology to improve a bit more and the electrical componentry to come down in cost. So it's notwithstanding the fact that there are the ones up and running, it is quite a new area, and there are problems. And with the Ikariri, their change in respect of their improvements with their own trialling over this 2-3 year have been quite impressive, and they would be the first ones to tell you they'd be doing things differently if they were starting again. So personally, I don't have an issue with this kind of move for the next few craft to the modern technology, and if you look at some of the designers that are coming through, incredibly fuel efficient, certainly in respect to some of the existing heavy old technology aluminium ferries, the speeds, the passenger numbers, the foil design in terms of heavy seas are again a big improvement. So these are significantly improved vessels from what has been servicing our harbour there. And what I would just finally say, Mr. Chair, in respect of that is that, and I think Stacey referred to it, we are meant to be the city of sails. The ferry service fleet as a whole has been the poor relation for decades and decades. I know certainly the last mayor looked to be a little bit more of a champion of ferries, and certainly was out and about a number of the runs there. We can remember him across in Hobsonville looking to really encourage ferry use, because it is in our DNA, and we have a number of communities that have been founded on the pretext of a ferry service, not least of which is Gulf Harbour, Hobsonville, Pine Harbour. They're built and developed on the basis that people will use their ferry services. And we can see that it's happening in Pine Harbour, it's happened in Gulf Harbour, received a bit of a knockback with a number of the difficulties, but is now recovering. So certainly from my part, I'm interested in promoting Auckland as a city of sails and a ferry service that people can use to get to work, but also people use in the weekends for seeing our beautiful city, so that people can get around to see the different parts of Auckland. It's to be hoped that in the future, the course that Auckland Transport under their leadership are looking to kind of up the performance of ferries and make it a kind of integral part of our life, like happens in Sydney, that's the view of Auckland that prevails, not a kind of sort of tick box account that has kind of characterised things to date, which has come with some problems.
Thank you, John. No further... Oh, Mike.
Speaking as a regular ferry commuter going back some years, first of all, I certainly welcome AT's willingness to support new technologies, namely electric ferries. I would be However, I would be more comfortable if AT was more of a fast follower than a pioneer in this new technology. There will be challenges ahead, and of course, given it's the public who is paying for this, it's the public that we have to, the public we have to think about. Perhaps if AT was a fast follower, then we wouldn't have to have a 3-storey monstrosity, a charging unit on Queen's Wharf, which is public open space and also a Category 1 heritage area, but that didn't seem to concern AT. They wanted to put the charging building in the most prominent place, not adjacent to where the ferries are, and not adjacent to the infrastructure on Queen's Wharf, which is at the south-west end. Okay, real concern here, though, is when it comes to the commercial aspects, one has to say that AT, and I would venture to say the whole council group, is not especially strong when it comes to commerce or working commercially with the private sector. I'm concerned if AT wanted to move into the shipbuilding sector, which is a completely new thing in Auckland. Of all the public transport services, ferries were always private. Buses were publicly owned, rail, of course, publicly owned. Now we have a flip. The ferries, at least the boats, the vessels, the tonnage, a lot of it is going to be publicly owned but privately operated, and that's my concern. The competitive price process that AT is working with, that concerns me because it seems what we are doing is bolstering an offshore monopoly in providing this investment, which risk-free for the Scottish company. They just take the profit. I am concerned about that, and so we have Fuller's is not a complete monopoly now. There's the small company, Island Direct, which is battling, struggling to survive. It didn't get much help at all from AT at the beginning, but it's there, and I just wonder. I am really concerned about the very limited approach and the non-competitive price process that AT is taking and getting the ratepayers to build this new tonnage, then hand it over to an offshore company to make a profit out of. The way our previously publicly owned bus services are working now is that costs have gone up 50%. They're owned by Australian and offshore investment companies, and there must be a bloody good investment because the costs have gone up 50% since 2019, but patronage is down by more than 11%. And so they are the concerns I have. It's not just the technology, experimental at this stage, but the way that AT is handing these new vessels over to an established monopoly to make a profit. The loss will be down to the public and the profits will be over to the offshore company. I'm less than comfortable about that. It needs to be thought through somewhat more intelligently and somewhat more with the public interest more in mind than it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no further comments, so I'll just wrap up. Oh, yeah, so I'll just wrap up with a couple of comments for me. And so I agree with John in regard to the importance of ferries. We're two harbours. You know, I have people in my community screaming for ferries on the Manukau. It's not viable at the moment, but it is a pretty open space for us that we can move people around reasonably simply, and I think it is the cost of the service is the cost of the service. And so I am all in favour of the increased investment in ferry services, because I do see it as a that's not a wake-up call. As a way forward, so I do see that. But it also, I think, this issue shows the tightrope that Auckland Transport have to walk in this regard. And I accept the commentary, but I do not accept that if we didn't go down the road that we are going, that there wouldn't be people in this room who have been questioning why we're doing it, who would be screaming loud and hard about the fact that we haven't got ferry services servicing some parts of Auckland that have got them, and we've got a reduction in service. So I think it is indicative of the tightrope they walk. I think it is a good outcome, and it is enabling us through Auckland Transport to be able to provide a service that we're desperately wanting to get back to where it was, but has such a future in how Auckland moves about. So I thank them for the report and for the work, and I guess a bit of courage to come along here and front up on this matter to the governing body, knowing that there are some people who are, deeply and passionate about this for reasons that they are happy about, and so and we respect that about that. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item is a summary of. No. Yep. So we'll just. We've got no questions. I don't believe you've got questions or a comment, Wayne, because it's. I know what you want to say, but I want to know whether it's a question or a comment.
Why don't I
do that?
Councillors will be aware that in this item 11, attachment 4, there is a memo from Craig McElroy, who's the General Manager of Healthy Waters, about the Wairau project, and in particular the project that involves the Takapuna Golf Course. You will have all received an email in your inboxes from the Takapuna Golf Course that points out, and I won't go over it in detail, but significant issues around the information that's presented. And on the part of the golf course, this has been peer reviewed by engineers, architects, golf course designers. The engineers include stormwater engineers, geotech, civil engineers, and others. So there's quite a body of people that sit alongside the golf course that are providing information to people like me and councillors if you want to get in touch with them. So it's a real concern, and if I just highlight a few things, this mentions, for example, that the project will protect critical infrastructure such as Event Finder Stadium, the hospital, Westlake Boys and Westlake Girls. There's no evidence to support that engineers inform me about. Event Finder funding, unfortunately, will continue to flood because as much and all as the project has merit in terms of stage 1, it doesn't prevent flooding in the Wairau Valley. We know, and it states in the concept feasibility study, that there's 4,000 square metres of commercial property that is enhanced. That's not much in terms of the Wairau Valley. And it mentions a very limited number of residential properties, and that's nowhere near what there could and should be. What the Takapuna Golf Course continues to seek is access to information, collaboration, and identification of the golf course in an integrated design. Because as they've pointed out, and the earthworks construction experts advising them state you don't want to shift soil more than once. If you're going to create something, you do it right. The other huge concern they've got is around the geology of the site that they have information about in terms of its vesicular basalt nature, which means it's free draining, and the fact that there was never any wetland on the site, and that is also attested to by iwi, who know the history of the area. So there are very real concerns about the creation of a very large artificial wetland that doesn't work because the existing water features on the course completely dry out over summer. And further to that, the detailed site investigation that really should have been done somewhat earlier has still not been done, as much and all as the Takapuna Golf Course is endeavouring to progress options that it believes are valid. And the other option, and what really needs to be considered ahead of any study on recreation in terms of alternatives, really, is what's the best match for the land? And in a situation where you've got highly modified land that's being excavated but then piled, frankly, golf is the least impactful of virtually any sport. And this is a no-brainer. So the comments that they're making, that are communicated in writing, that I'm simply relaying to this meeting, are entirely valid and are supported in fact and supported by experts. And just as one passing thought, you might have noted that the net present value analysis that was conducted by independent economists showed a net present value of 75 million based on fact projected forward for the savings to council in respect of maintenance and the revenue that the council gets yearly, which increases over 30 years. So these are fundamental issues that go to benefit cost that's alluded to, but there has been no analysis of the benefit cost of the health effects of golf or the recreational effects of golf and the economics of golf, even though Takapuna Golf, together with New Zealand Golf, is developing this information that could be of considerable benefit to council. And again, the point that they're making is collaboration. So there are huge issues around a process where there is a lack of oversight on our part on a project that has a significant impact on the most popular golf course, public golf course certainly as well, in New Zealand. Thank you.
Okay, so we're not going to...
If Barry Potter wishes to make any form of response, Barry, that might be helpful. And
Yep,
again,
so
this is not a decision-making item other than accepting it, but Barry might want to make a comment. Thank you, Barry.
I was about to invite him to do that, but thank you, Wayne, for the hint. Yes, Barry?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Walker. Yes, there's no one here from Healthy Waters to respond to it, so we'll leave it at that. However, as we've discussed, we're organising for me to meet next week with the golf course consultants, their engineers, meet with them next week and work through this. I can't do that at the moment, so I can't respond, but we'll do that once we've set that up at a date next week.
It's marvellous, Barry, and thank you very much.
Right, and that is marvellous because we have finished. So we'll put that item. It's been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. There's no extraordinary item, so that brings the meeting to a close. Thank you, everyone.
Just remind people
and reminder, Monday, for those that have responded to the invite, we're having a wander through the Te Waihoratu station just out here. That's on Monday. There's an email in your email inbox, probably one or two actually.
Please, if you haven't responded, you need to respond really quickly because we've got to get PPE gear. We need to get people kitted out on that. So if you haven't responded, the clock is just about run out, unfortunately.
Okay, thanks everyone. Have a safe journey home. Happy weekend.